Radio gra, a Kasia słucha.
Państwo także słuchają.
A co to gra?
Radio.
Radio gra, a Kasia słucha.
Państwo także słuchają.
A co to gra?
Radio.
Radio gra, a Kasia słucha.
Państwo także słuchają.
A co to gra?
Radio.
Radio gra, a Kasia słucha.
Państwo także słuchają.
Nobody lurks in the hearts of men. The shadow knows.
You're listening to the Prague Magic Radio, brought to you by the great friends and fellows down at We the Hound. Stay tuned for March 20th for the HAUNTQUINOX of 2023.
Radio gra, a Kasia słucha.
Państwo także słuchają. Państwo także słuchają. Państwo także słuchają.
Welcome, ghouls and goblins, to the second annual HAUNTQUINOX. I am your host, Keats Ross, and tonight we will transdimensionally wayfare through the magical deserts of art, literature, videomancy, and audiomancy, bringing you the sights, the sounds of the hitherto unknown made real by the haunts casted and performed by we the hallowed initiates. To the second annual HAUNTQUINOX. I am your host, Keats Ross, and tonight will be a stunning celebration of audiomancy, videomancy, literature, art from all of the haunts in or associated with We the Hound in 2023. Stay tuned as we abscond the somatic and take your eyes, take your ears, and take your voice across these trans-dimensional planes.
Radio.
Radio gra, a Kasia słucha.
Państwo także słuchają.
A co to gra?
Radio.
Radio gra, a Kasia słucha.
Państwo także słuchają.
Last year was a ruckus of a celebration. Tonight shall be no different. Without further ado, let us cast our gaze upon the haunted works of the hallowed. Hello, hello, howdy, howdy, howdy. Please excuse my goofy radio personality. I think I'm going to call him Johnny Casulo. That's a work in progress. But anyways, greetings everybody, and welcome to the second annual HAUNTQUINOX. Last year was such a mad dash of a celebration that tonight should be no different. With me right now, we have Mr. Eric Schaefer, or Oxidol Whitest Whites, and Miss Luxa Strata. Hopefully, you can hear things. Luxa, can you hear me? Can the people out there hear me? Please give me a ghost if you can hear me out there. I checked in on the YouTube stream. It should be playing fine. So while Luxa is handling whatever audio issues she may be having, I just want to thank everybody for joining me. It's going to be just a raucous stream of many people affiliated or in We the Hallowed and showcasing their current works, magics, media, all of the above. We've got a lot of fantastic things to show you, and I'm really excited. I'm going to try to be pithy tonight. Last year was 5 hours, and I was a dead man at the end of it. So tonight, we'll keep it moving. We've got a lot to share and a lot to go for. Here's Luxa again. Hi, Alexa, can you hear me now? We're going to do the Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? Cool. So everyone can hear me out there. Thank you so much for being here and sitting through my fun little intro. That's the direction Prag Magic, the podcast, is going. I've always been a big fan of old radio plays and radio hours. I grew up listening, to Orson Welles, Read the Shadow. So I'm moving in as if I didn't want to alienate my audience anymore. Here's more of that. So that's direction we're going. Thank you for coming. I see Sam and Jilly, who should be in here anytime. Voodoo Gnostic, Biscuit Foot, good to see you. Michelle should be here as well soon. Let's see. Bobby Hale, of course, we've got something from Bobby we're going to share. Bobby Dizzle Podcast, hello, good to meet you. My Flock, thank you very much for coming. Pinzer, good to see you. Jonaside, always a pleasure. Thank you all for dropping by. It's going to be a marathon stream of wicked delights. So, Luxa, are you able to hear me right now? Yeah. All right. Well, I guess I'll just jump into it. So, throughout the broadcast, I'm going to be playing some of my own audiomancy and dim sessions. I've been working on this long form project called Zozobra. It's a fiction that I've been writing for a long time. And in the last Prag Magic episode, I premiered a little bit of the radio snippet or the radio play of it. And so while people are getting in and figuring things out, I figure why not? We'll just jump into my Zozobra radio play. So let's see. And I appreciate everybody, just riding with me here. It's going to be a fun night. So without further ado, here is the Zozobra radio play. And now I ask for you to join me into the Bardos of the Unknown, where a recently demised Dakota Slim hunts for any rhyme or reason as to where he may be, and comes across a strange fellow, a my being.
A co to gra?
Radio.
We the Haunted. Stay tuned for March 20th for the HAUNTQUINOX of 2023. And now, the continuation of Zozobra.
A co to gra?
Radio.
To gra Akasia słucha.
Państwo także mają.
A co to gra?
Radio.
To gra
We last left our woeful, wistful, wimpish cohort of the desert, Mr. Dakota Slim, at the very end of his natural life. Don't take it from Slim, take it from the dead man Ronnie, his old friend, murdered before him, now reanimated to tell him and warn him of the world that awaits.
A co to gra?
As Slim's watery tomb raises from the flood of the arroyo, the raging storm begins to subside. Slim rises like Lazarus into the dirt.
While Slim searches for his hat in the burnt earth of the Black Mesa, three spherical tears in the atmosphere rip the skies. The pink tears form a tetherless triangle hovering above a crouched Slim.
Salvo, siempre salvo.
Slim mutters in wide-eyed awe. Slim would not consider himself a pious man, and as a matter of fact, many considered the troubled boy a heretic. But the words that were written on his orphan basket always find his tongue in times of duress. The hypnotic trance of the cackling ghost orbs breaks as Slim notices an iron taste in his mouth. His nose is bleeding, but he cannot look away from the psionic siren song of these magnificent mauve black holes. Through the psychical hum of the untethered terrace's breathing, Slim notices whimpering coming from two small legs dangling from the top sphere. It looks as though an armless child in a white sheet and oversized shit-kicker boots is trying to find their way down to the Black Mesa. The sheet ghost hits the ground in a dust devil of ash as the orbs blip into deafening silence, as if a cathode ray television was suddenly turned off. Slim's bloody face scrunches as he tries to see who or what just came through.
Every fucking time.
A voice from behind Slim startles him into a mad turnaround, but nothing is in front of him.
Hello? Down here, asshole.
Slim lowers his gaze to a sheet ghost-clad being less than half his size. Slim lets out an audible squeak as he pulls himself back.
I always get the fucking high one. I'm bringing a damn ladder next time. I swear.
The sheet ghost's unnaturally large human eyes meet Slim's. They are ordained in an orange hue radiating under a glowing circle on the pinnacle of its forehead. His eyes and forehead circle create the same three-dot tetherless triangle that birthed him.
You use your bandana to collect the blood from your face, kiddo.
Slim snaps back and realizes his nose is still bleeding. He unties his orange bandana from around his neck and wipes. Slim glances at the blood-riddled bandana, and just as he was considering throwing it away, the sheet ghost halts.
You'll need that blood. And the bandana. It's one of your Vajra.
Vajra? Who are you?
Oh, wait!
The sheet ghost turns its head and emits an ethereal projection of young Slim chasing a coyote from the cyclopean dot on his forehead.
God damn it. Wrong goes wrong tonight.
The sheet ghost ends the projection.
I get all you damn wayfarers mixed up. Hello, hi, how are you? I am many names, but you know me as a being of May. The smiter of symbols, the scolder, the ruiner, the plains drifter, the not late for dinnerer.
Slim tucks his blood-soaked bandana into his vest pocket.
A, maybe?
Maybe.
Okay, how do I leave, maybe?
How does one leave the neither? Mr. Dakota Slim, you are in for a trouble. Anyways, tune in next time. The Prag Magic Radio Hour for the continuation of Zozobra, the death of Dakota Slim.
Hello, all right. Got one of my goof juice portions out of the way. I'd like to welcome, we have Luxa, JJ, Jilly Beans, and of course, the whitest of whites, the Oxydol, Eric S. How is everybody doing?
Fantastic.
Good. You can hear me.
I can finally hear you, yes.
All right. Yeah, so basically any of my contributions tonight, or that's my maneuver for technical difficulties or like needing to bide time. That's all my art amounts to tonight. So I'm just joking. But it is good to see everybody. Thank you for being here. And yeah, we have so much fun stuff to look through. One of the the benefits of hosting this is that I got to see everybody's stuff already. So I'm really excited about certain things, and Luxa, a lot of your stuff is one of them. And I wanted to ask, which one should we dive into first, you think?
Well, I don't know. What do you think? I mean, you're the host of this this crazy show here.
Yeah. So it's what I love about Luxa, she too is bitten by the does everything bug, and has a wide array of different projects and really fantastic things from the Lux Occult podcast. I'm sure most of you know Green Mushroom Project. And one of the big things that We the Hollowed, our art collective, is doing is joining forces with Green Mushroom Project. And we're doing a mixtape that we are, asking for submissions up until May 23rd. And it'll be kind of like We the Hollow did an audio sigil last year, but this one I like. It's more, it's very in the mixtape vein. It's not as like someone kind of conducting the entire sinew. It's like this beautiful piecemeal of audiomancy and different things. Can you talk a little bit about what that project, how that's turning out? You said you've gotten some great submissions thus far.
Yeah, we've gotten some really great submissions so far, and I should probably say that this is Fuck Around and Find Out Part 2. We had a Green Mushroom Project digital zine, which we are still working on getting copies, like printed copies of, which that is in the works. But that went so well that we decided to do an audio version of that, and we thought, what better people to partner with than the folks over at We the Hollow, the audio mancers, right? So really looking forward to this project. We've gotten some great submissions so far, but if people have any kind of recordings of ritual or music or spoken word or like whatever you're into, definitely check out greenmushroomproject.com, wethehollow.org, my link tree, a variety of other places for submission guidelines. And don't be shy, send us your shit.
Yeah, and we have a cool little advert you sent, so figured we'd show that. Let's see, right here.
Foxtrot 3, Romeo 2, 4, Yankee, Romeo 7, Bravo, Delta, Quebec.
Beautiful, beautiful. So, that said, I figured like that's a good kind of starting off point. But you have kind of a collection. There's different projects that you'd wanted to talk about, and I figure one thing you've been doing with Luxa Cult and the Green Mushroom Project is the bibliomancy stuff. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So the thing that I submitted for this today is from a project called 23 Bibliomancy that the Green Mushroom Project has been putting on since last year. We've run 8 different iterations of this experiment on the 23rd of the month. We're looking at probably doing our 9th next month. Yeah, it's going to be pretty dope. It's been really interesting experiment. The sort of idea there is that we're building up a corpus of text by sort of discovering it through bibliomancy. So participants are asked to bring the book that is calling to them, or there's some suggested ways to find a book if you're not getting one that's calling to you. But and then we'll put the 23rd line of the 23rd page into a spreadsheet, roll some dice to see what order it will go into, and that will become the book. It's been really, really fascinating. The types of like narratives and things that have emerged have, there's been a lot of really crazy synchronicities and stuff with people in the project and with other things too. So yeah, it's just been really fun. So the video that I submitted is the first 5 books read by myself and some folks from the project. And yeah, it's done to the classic Sleeping Beauty, Betty Boop,
right.
Yeah.
I cut that up for the video sigil component. That was one of the things I pulled from just because it's so classic.
It's so classic and it's so psychedelic and fucking weird. And like, so yeah, I wanted to put that in there.
Yeah, I love it. Well, let's check this out.
Green Mushroom Project, 23 Bibliomancy. Read by Old
She sees nothing around her but ghost fragments of the brightness of what she has lost. I shall face the battle of plunder and the electronic age is a world of building and development.
Become almost interchangeable as in music structure. Building, development, capacity building, strategy, countermeasures,
appropriated items. All you do, female, and when you are wished to the mind are the slouched on the couch,
overmasculinization, slouched on the couch, less the
magic, and are wild,
the direction of fulfilling the still hold the letters clustered together, and again you must go like a potion. I will not say for the Diogenes or the Patrick's greater dreams. Their absence to keep them so yell
I will not say global Diogenes,
dreaming library,
on a global, at the touch of the switch, the dreaming library.
all 1998 to Brindle 2006, the biomechanics of closed chain exercises, meaning multiple vertical wax, shaped into multiple wax, dreaming library has really
Shaped and smoothly waxed, thus concealed, has begun to live. The name of the city in Spanish is the city of
force of biomechanics. You start closed chain exercises. I don't want to know. I don't want to see. I, us, have chosen into deepen our spiritual journeys by pursuing initiatory work. I alluded earlier to the problem of speed, but this is also a problem. Then the priest shall put these curses in writing, washing them off into the water.
But this also is a problem. Then the priest shall put these curses in writing.
Zoe met eyes with the word parent, then returned. Naturally, since we're talking about creating a sets of 6-letter rising, the situation is successfully replaced to overcome the existing fire. But Kali said, but really I am stuck. What does possibly hardwired into the souls of some that actually clean that it appeared to have just been washed? 8. The goddess strife is treated unjustly by the immortals, for they do not want to walk where the eagle eyes are two deep holes, and the thyroid cartilage is the rather large structure that forms the outer. Reiterate that they have to be understood as coming in degrees along the sliding. A powerful conjuration, the angel Satikiel appears to the conjurer.
A powerful conjuration, the angel Tassico.
Eloquence, most necessary to gain your ends or maintain. On the night of the dark moon, while you are sitting quietly at your dark, can you trust the silent knowing and serving others? Try to remove the suffering of other people. Once you to dissolve the sugar, loose the cover with a lid, and set aside to create the space for the journey to occur. Our creation stories, the origin of strawberries is important. Sky Woman's all of these, knowers of sacrifice, cleanse their defilements by practice. Casinomancy, divination by a sieve suspended on shears, transgender news, since gay and mainstream media didn't cover it, whom had long titles and honorifics both before and output from AI. It's sort of a dossier with a bag, because they're so new. Figured I'd give it up if anyone asked. Nobody said a outer planet transit that it accompanies, but the event cannot be described without the stigma of having abandoned his parents and his ancestors. But this is preferable to an isolated existence, lonely, bounded by a high brick wall.
Without the stigma of having abandoned his parents and his ancestors. But this is preferable to an isolated existence, lonely, bounded by a high brick wall.
I love it. There's so many things that I took note of when watching that. Just a couple of things. I just love that there's almost like a hauntological thematic thing, because the first HAUNTQUINOX, I played the video sigil and that Betty Boop cartoon was in it. And it's just a really cool reoccurring kind of thematic thing. But other than, talking about 23 and, I am very much a number directed person, almost to my detriment a lot of the times. I probably have read every book. I've focused on the 23rd page, just, kind of inherently, just because 23 has been, not only is it my birthday day, but it's also, the Cosmic Trigger and Robert Anton Wilson, William S. Burroughs. And it's just always been this beautiful enigma that keeps like haunting on in a way. But I just love that idea that, you're kind of collecting basically and finding that thoroughfare between these, disparate works, and the number is the directive, right? And the thing with like the stuff that I've been doing with the Haunt Manual, and most recently I've been almost kind of working with pareidolia and the spirit box and kind of audiomancy with it. And when I'm listening to this, I hear that too. I hear this like really cool kind of translatable, almost like, what do you hear? Like, what are the words that kind of pop out at you? What are the phrases? And those kind of translations would be so fascinating to see, because everybody's pareidolia is so very like succinct and, solo to their perspective in life. So it's a really cool project. What have you found? Like, what has like blown your mind about it thus far?
Oh man, so many different things. Yeah, I like that you brought up the pareidolia. I think that's an important thing for a lot of occultism and stuff. If people are interested in like reading the scripture itself, they can go to greenmushroomproject.com and check out all 8 books that we have so far. And kind of, we've part of our, experimentation process is a sort of like exegesis on what we found and sort of like, interrogating like what does this mean to us? What does this mean to the project? Like what if we are to interpret this as like a communique of some kind, like what is it directing us to do perhaps? Like just sort of playing in that space has been really interesting for sure. I think one of the things that's been the most interesting is how the way that some of the things like the lines fit together. We're taking these things from completely different sources, different copies of different things might have different, lines depending on the edition and everything. And when combining it, some of the ways that it fits together is so succinct and so like perfect. And yeah, and that's the case whenever you do cutouts and stuff like that. But this is just sort of like on a whole another fun, bigger level because there's so many different people involved.
But in a more shared, like tethered, like understanding. It's not so much just somebody's unique reading of it. It's you all are kind of finding similar, communications through it, which is really cool.
Yeah, but I mean, I think like any, corpus of scripture or whatever you want to refer to it as, like you could look at it and find your own meanings in it if you wanted to. Like I think the individual practitioner could like look at it and find their own stuff. When I read it, I find things in it that are specific to my life that wouldn't make sense to anybody else, right? Like they would read it and get something completely different out of it, which is beautiful. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just back to the the idea of pareidolia, which I know is like frowned upon in a lot of kind of these arenas, which I don't understand because I think it's super preternatural, and I think it's like almost a really just an inherent odd superpower that we all have. And I like that, yeah, like it's a communication between other folks, and you're kind of jotting what you all share within that, whilst also keeping singular excuse me, kind of readings as well. So it's just a really cool project. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And if anybody watching is interested in getting involved, definitely do so. We do it pretty much every month on our Discord server. So yeah, come check it out.
That's right. It is a fun time in the Green Mushroom Project server. I try to attend when I can. Unfortunately, Friday nights are hard for my work schedule, but it really is a blast. There's a lot of laughs, a lot of deep conversation as well. And that's what you want when you're dancing with any of this shit. You need to be able to laugh. And you need to,
we have a lot of crass conversations about different animal genitalia and other things too. It's not all philosophy. But yes.
Which out of context sounds crazy, but no. Yeah, and so the other projects that you send, I know there was the Green Machine, which I didn't really know about. Maybe I'm like, yeah, just because it's been hard to keep up with everything because of my schedule. But this After Dark project, what is this?
So I wanted to include this. So the Green Machine is the server, right? The Discord server I just mentioned. We've got Administrism, Green Mushroom Project, and we've got some general magic channels and art channels and places for people to just hang out and kick it too if they're not interested in either of those projects. But we've got a lot of talented folks. One of them is a person named Laughing Dog, aka Mirth and Woe on Instagram, who's a great, graphic designer, who had created this Green Mushroom Project After Dark graphic for us as part of an experiment that we recently did as a group, kind of going into this foray into our shared astral space and kind of taking this like experimental journey. There's an episode of my podcast, so you can listen to it if people are interested. But as part of that, we made a lot of jokes about, After Dark, and there was a lot of raunchiness that came up, and so that's where that After Dark graphic originates. But it's very fun, so I wanted to share it here. It's kind of in the vein, I think, of We the Hollowed as well. Fun and spooky. So yeah.
No, I loved it. And there's even Well, we'll talk about it after. But I heard something in it that was like, we're in the same machine, but
Yeah,
yours
and
is
shout out,
green.
yeah, absolutely, and shout out to Laughing Dog and Josh, aka Junior C, who helped me with the voice work for the little spot there, and yeah, super fun.
Cool. Here we go.
Hey Luxa, what do you have there? It looks like a tattered old Discord server.
Oh, this old thing? It's pretty beat up. But if I do this...
Sweet! Now that you peeled off the outer bits, it looks fresh as hell.
We should call it the Green Machine.
Awesome! I fucking hate it!
That's okay. It should function alright, but it would probably work better if we had more people.
Yeah, we have an awesome crew of chaots, occultists, sorcerers, witches, and weirdos, but there's always room for more.
Absolutely. If you'd like to take part in any of our many chats, rituals, workshops, clubs, and more, hit me up and I will send you a link. You can reach me at luxoccultpod@gmail.com or at luxoccultpod on Instagram.
And remember, resist.
Beautiful. Yeah, the witches and weirdos. I was like, hey, that's a call to arms for us for sure. It's just that alliteration. But yeah, I love it. Especially
very dorky.
No, it's great. I mean, you've heard me do old timey radio characters. It doesn't get more dorky than that. But but no, yeah, it's fantastic. The graphics make me giggle all the time from it. But hi Sam, how are you? Hi Jilly, hi JJ. You guys are totally welcome to.
Hey Keats, how are you? Hey
Good.
Luxa, JJ, Jilly,
Good to see you.
all the people out there in YouTube land.
Hey everyone, I'm just off camera because I'm charging my phone for now, but
yeah,
loving this so far. This is awesome.
Oh great, and we have a Michelle. Yeah, I just wanted to let everybody know you are welcome to chime in too, and discuss anything. Hi Michelle.
Hey y'all.
Hey Michelle.
Michelle.
Hi. I'm burning my grocery store. And,
Oh yeah,
I
Michelle's
bought
got that haunted New Orleans internet connection.
I'm in Kentucky. It's even worse.
Oh nice, Kentucky. All right. Okay, well,
yeah, Kentucky's more haunted than Louisiana.
Okay, I beg your pardon. The Hopkinsville Goblins have joined the stream this week, not the Loa. That was when she was in NOLA.
Yeah, and those in the chat, please let me know if my internet is working fine. I got a whole new system pretty much just in preparation for this. So there's a lot of technical things happening in the background. But to, get back to Luxa's wonderful works, you had sent me this kind of rundown about your last video, this slideshow. And I'll let you preface it because there's obviously major correlation to what I've been focusing on, but in your own way and everything. And I just love that these tethers are, kind of connecting in different ways.
Okay, hell yeah. Well, so this is a little slideshow of some images of some glamour magic shit I've been working on recently. The music in it is a track from the recent album I put out the end of last year called Kaleidokos. One of the tracks on it, the one that's included in this video, is something that I made with the intention of it being something that you could use to haunt objects with. So I experimented with a couple of different types of objects. One of them is this dude right here, Rizmo, who you will hear in the track.
That Furby, right? Or something like that?
My friends call it a ratchet Furby. It's actually it's a Rizmo. It's kind of like, it's a Furby adjacent, much cheaper than a Furby, and also
like
musically themed. Yeah, it's sort of it's meant to interact musically, which is one of the reasons I chose it. So
whoa, cool.
Yeah, it's
very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that you're, but actually putting how do I put it? You're haunting objects. I was calling them kind of scepters, spelt in a way like specter, for my own talismans and audiomancy that I've been doing, but I love this idea of, you know, kind of this possession of a device, and kind of creating your own, you know, emanating kind of objective from it, right?
Yeah, like within the process of like doing this work, like it really became like really apparent, like this really strong sense of like the agency of the project itself starting to like emerge.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to try to give it some avenues to play in, you know, to come into the world and for us to be able to interact in a more, you know, physical way. So yeah, it's been interesting. I've been working again actually with it recently on something new that I can't talk too much about, but I'm really excited about it. So yeah.
Very cool. But yeah, let's see what this is all about.
2, 7, 1. As I witness the birth of this new iteration, must I check the chirality of its confirmations? What bent, what twist, what deviation is this? What manner of creature will climb from the void's open maw? What emanation will emerge from her dark heart? But those who transverse the spaces between notes, between breaths, places where we find things new, know that all gods are monsters too. It was in the shape of a phoenix and my heart ascended from ashes again. Aves and pectore, a dove, firebird. It burned away bindings, holding it from shattering, from scattering, when it screamed into being anew. Perhaps now I'm a beast too powerful for you, and all gods are monsters too.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely the sexiest HAUNTQUINOX will ever be.
Thank you.
I just love the HAUNTQUINOX 23. It's like, hell yeah. No, that's great. Yeah. So there's a lot. So that's kind of like a slideshow of like multiple works, or is it just like a general kind of funnel of what you're doing with this kind of audiomancy kind of stuff?
It's been a bunch of different stuff. Like, so
Yeah.
some of the images on there were images that I produced for each track on Kaleidocos. They're like title track ones that like said a big word in the middle. This might have been obvious. Some of them were from a kind of like experiment I was doing with working with like AI generated images to produce like some meditation focuses for a ritual I was doing. And then some of them are some recent stuff that I've been messing around with for something that is new. And yeah, so just I think like in general, yeah, just sort of one thing that I really focused on this last year was becoming less camera shy. Like, you know, it used to be like a big issue for me. I used to have nightmares about like people seeing me naked or something like that. It was like an issue, right? So like working on that and like kind of taking some of that away has been really dope. So
No,
yeah,
it's
that's part of the work you see there. So yeah.
Yeah, super powerful, very transformative too. I love how you're also melding, you know, a bunch of mediums, you know, into a very like self-affirming, you know, pragmatic thing. So that's really cool.
Yeah, I think that is one cool thing about glamour magic, right? It's you're making an assertion with it in a way that is very intentional. And this is true of a lot of different types of magic, but with glamour magic, you're doing it about how will the world see you? You know, how will you be perceived? And so yeah, it's interesting.
I love it. Sam, Michelle, Jilly, JJ, what do you guys think?
I love glamour magic. I could totally use some of that in my life. LOL.
Same. I could take a few pointers from you for sure, Luxa.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been dealing with a lot of I don't know, this late onset like just I guess it would be considered performance anxiety, but there's a lot of machinations, different, you know, kind of mental health things, and that I'm now, even in social situations, like it takes a lot for me, you know. Basically, what I'm asking is, can you glamour a personality?
I mean, like, maybe we're leaving the realm of glamour magic at that point, right? And
Right.
going
Yeah.
into like
No.
ego magic or something. I don't know, right?
Yeah.
Like, what is a personality? What does that mean? Are all of our personalities glamour? Probably. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's definitely I didn't help it. This last haunt manual working I did, you know, a main objective was to kind of revitalize this creative abandon I had when I was younger, and like tinkering into the night just without care, or, you know, like just didn't care about any producing work, just wanted to
Exactly.
create.
Focus on the fucking process, not the product.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
And but at the same time, you know, and what I'm finding and trying to be very truthful is, you know, logging. Well, the downside of that is, you know, it has alienated me. It's like kept me, you know, back from all of the things that I had previously kind of been doing. You know, this is the first time in a um you know, group setting publicly, I think, since doing that. And yeah, so it's just fun. You know, this is what happens when you're, you know, working with anarchic magics. There are things that you didn't intend to that might, you know, be swelled as well as the things you've intended to. So it's the process, right?
I have something.
Yeah, JJ.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Yeah, so obviously I share the social anxiety too from I don't like to be on video and do public speaking and all of that. So I've really been trying to just force myself to do these things for a while now. But just recently I was on a podcast interview and I kind of hearkened back to our Halloween show where I did the costume thing.
Yeah.
And I sort of modified it to not look so clownish. But there's something to it. It does help. What's that?
I said it didn't look clownish, but I understand what
Well,
you're...
it was more of a costume, and this was more of a costume too, but it was more of my own look, just definitely some glamour.
Yeah.
But that's the way I'm choosing to deal with it until perhaps I might be comfortable with actually being on video without any big hat, glasses, makeup, all that crazy stuff. I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever get to that point or if I will ever want to, but I could definitely relate to. I think a lot of creative people have that phobia of being on a spotlight. I mean, you've got the opposite with
with your Leo types and your big Madonnas and the people that are just, they're ready for the stage, but there's a lot of us that just don't feel comfortable. And I don't know, I could just relate to Luxa, what she was just talking about. And I think the artwork and the graphics, the design of what you just had on your beautiful video, it's fucking fantastic.
Thank you.
It looks great.
Thank you.
So that's all I had
For
now.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in masks, to like performatively, metaphorically, whatever. I have a large collection of them, and it helps me kind of discern kind of the heteronyms of like different projects I'm working on. But it's also, kind of devolved into, glasses and the hats, and like it's very much a wearing literally hard on the sleeve of like what you're feeling, inside, social anxiety, or even like the proudness of something.
Yeah,
But
that
yeah,
makes total sense. Yeah, and I do want to say, Keats, I think that I've definitely been inspired by seeing like the way that you've worked with image and your work and stuff too, and because I think that you've done some really cool stuff with it there. And yeah.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's definitely a work in progress. This I can laugh at it, but a year ago, if you told me I'd be doing goofy old timey radio voices and stuff, I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. No one wants that.
I thought it was super fun. I
love it.
Well,
But yeah, that's
Keats.
definitely one of the Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you're gonna love the deck I'm gonna use tonight because it's called the Pulp Tarot, and all the images are from like the 50s and 60s.
I love this deck. It's so dope. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like,
beautiful.
oh my
I've seen
god,
the
I
post.
picked the right deck. But I also just want to say I totally get what everyone's saying with social anxiety, because I was really sick last year, and it made me very isolated because I couldn't really do much, and it was hard to come out of that once I was better. And I'm still just finally coming out and doing stuff. It's a process. It's hard once you're alone. It's very hard to kind of integrate back in. And not to mention like same like everyone else, like I've gained weight and the gray hairs are there and all that fun crap, but getting over it. I'm definitely finally feeling like my old self again, who had no shame back in the day, right?
But like I was thinking, kind of piggybacking off of this conversation on glamour magic, like something I've noticed when doing like say like candle spells or bath washes and stuff, spells for glamour magic specifically, I've noticed that it never changed the way I objectively look. I think it changed more how I perceive myself. And when we change how we perceive ourselves, that changes how everybody else perceives us as well. And, it's like JJ and Jilly said a minute ago. I mean, yeah, like people have makeup and clothes and you have the Madonnas and stuff of the world, but you have to realize like when they're not on camera or when we're not on camera, these people go home and wear pajamas and scratch their ass and eat Cheetos like everybody else.
Yeah, like a lot of these folks have like teams of people helping them look the way that they do, right? Like that's like part of their job, and it's a lot of work too.
Like
so,
I don't normally look like this. I do not look like this when I wake up in the morning.
I look exactly like
I'm jealous. Damn you.
What was that, Julie?
I never wear makeup. I couldn't even imagine trying to do makeup now at 48 to try to learn. It's like a big deal. If I put makeup on, it's a real big special event. And we're talking like once a year, lucky. And my hair's in a ponytail every day. Like I just, I'm all about the easiness, the ease of my life, of my crazy life.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I think for me too, it's very telling, even just what I'm putting on for the day. A hat could mean a different kind of archetype, clothes can mean a different archetype. And it's very telling when it's not like I don't really plan it. and it's just kind of this intuitive thing that happens, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's, it's not it's not a character, but it's just definitely an aspect, right, of self that is just being kind of beaconed, that day. And it's almost like pulling a card for yourself every day, but in what you're dressed in.
I love your
But yeah.
hats, Keats. I gotta just say, I do love your hats.
Oh, thanks. I was fishing for that compliment. I appreciate
They're
you
good
going
hats.
for it.
Well, I
Good
tell you
hats.
that all the time, so.
No. Pia, hats are out of style. I don't know. I'm not one
That is
for,
not true. Hats will never be out of fucking style.
I know, right?
I don't know who told you, what lie told you
Yeah.
that.
Hats rule. Not non-hats drool. But anyways. But yeah, so Luxa, I put the greenmushroomproject.com in the chat. Everyone, please go check it out. I'm pretty sure greenmushroomproject.com will also be a funnel for all of your other projects too, right? You can get to the podcast, you can get to the Discord.
Yeah, you can get to the podcast. If you want to join the Discord, hit me up. We still have it as a private server, so there's not like a
Yeah,
link on
that's
the
smart.
website or whatever. Yeah, it's weird out there, y'all. But yeah, if people want to join the DS, just let me know and I will send you a link.
Absolutely. Yeah, and just adore all of your stuff, Luxa, and it's so cool that within this community that we've all kind of hit these strides of people kind of inspiring themselves to do different things, and it feels like we're all still kind of not intentionally, sometimes maybe intentionally, but unintentionally tethered to the same ideas. It's almost like we're all going through the same growth spurts as creatives and magicians together in this odd way,
I love it. Actually, you did say tether, so I'm going to drink.
Yeah. Was that a game?
Oh my god, best game ever.
Yeah.
I love that.
I love it. I'm really excited to be here tonight. Thank you so much. I'm super stoked to see what everybody has to present. And yeah, thanks for checking my shit out. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Again, greenmushroomproject.com. And then is it LuxAccult?
Yes, luxoccultpod@gmail.com is how you can hit me up. Or you can just find me on most podcatching apps at the Lux Occult Podcast.
And I'll also put in the Bandcamp for your oral sex.
Yes, that's right. It's our experiments in oral erotica. Oral as in for your ears, you perverts.
Yeah, gross. Get out of here.
Got it.
Well, yeah, again, thank you so much. And yeah, please, continue to hang out with us for as long as you can.
All right, yeah, thank you.
But yeah, just to kind of shift a little bit, Sam, I'm really excited for your what would you even call it? It's not really a submission because I feel like it's not. I don't like calling them submissions. Also because a literal mind dissects that word and it's like that's a weird word for something that's being delivered for some.
It's
But
a video.
Yeah, so
It's
but
simple.
this short film that you've done, this seems like a non before tarried frontier from you. Can you talk a little bit about it?
I can talk a little bit about it. I feel like if I talk too much about it, it'll ruin the magic.
Sure.
Wink, wink.
Should we just play it and then kind of talk about it?
Well,
a little.
I'll give a quick little intro thing to it. So I had this idea. It was an experiment because it's something I've never tried before, but I'm kind of keeping a little bit of continuity with last year's theme with Dadaism and Surrealism. Maybe even a little bit more Dadaism than a Surrealism this time. But I always had this cool idea because I'm a painter. Obviously, anybody who knows me knows that. I always wanted to see a painting move. And I've never done an animation. I've done a few stop frame things here and there, but I always wanted to see a painting move. And that was kind of my overarching goal. And I made this using acrylic paints, some digital stop frames, some hands-on stuff with paper, and a little bit of collage. And I don't really want to talk about what it's about, because I feel like when you make art like this in very vague, abstract terms, it's much more open to interpretation by the viewer. But I will say that when I made this video, I wasn't too happy. It was born out of a fit of anger and frustration, and it's about gender dysphoria. And I dedicate this short video to every single person I hate.
Love it.
And that's all I have to say about it.
Enough said.
Please remember that I am a human being. Please remember that I am a human being.
Absolutely beautiful.
That was super fucking cool. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was
I'm glad
awesome.
you liked it so much. I really appreciate it.
I loved
know-
it.
Yeah, it was gorgeous. I know you don't want to talk too much about kind of the, your interpretations behind it, but I'd love to talk about the process, because it looked just like such a brilliant idea. You're photographing just your like different different applications each time that you're adding or taking away. Is that
Yeah,
correct? Yeah,
that's
it's
exactly
beautiful.
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
just many. I made this on my iPhone.
It looks great. No,
Many photographs.
How did you like superimpose like the mouth and stuff? Wasn't actual like cut ups put in the
So
painting, was it?
for some of the stuff like the skull and the mouth, so like the whole thing in its entirety is a bunch of still frames, right? So I would find a frame that stood out that I really wanted to work with, and then I would make a whole new series of frames in a software. I use Lunapic, which is basically poor people's Photoshop because I don't have anything like that on my computer. So I would go there and I would have that as my background, and I would choose overlay image, and I would have a clear PNG of the mouth or the skull or whatever. And for the skull, I would have it super faded out, and I would take a shot, fade it back in just ever so slightly more, take another shot, do it again, and then repeat that over and over again until it comes, into a full image. I don't know if that, and it creates the illusion like something is fading inward. Or with the mouth, it was the same thing. I had about 3 or 4 pictures of mouths, maybe 5, and I would just like insert a different mouth for and put them all together, and it looks like the mouth is moving. But
I love, the texture was like that really barked out at me. You can see your fingerprints as you're draining the black from the visage, as it were. It's just, it's so tactile, like such a great idea, and it hit hard. It's a beautiful piece of work.
It was a journey for sure, but I'm glad I made it. I learned a lot by making that, and I want to do more stuff like that in the future.
How long did it take you?
Oh God, maybe 6 hours.
Oh wow, that's actually really fast, I think.
Wait, we're watching from start to finish your entire process then?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, very cool. I love that. God, 6 hours. That's incredible.
Which isn't that bad, like JJ said, for some stop motion stuff. If I would have been a little more patient and added maybe a few more frames in between, it could have doubled that length probably. But but I'm only one person.
Yeah, no, I mean that's that perfect. It's my favorite kind of medium between like analog and digital. Like you're allowing kind of very almost primitive digital applications to enhance the art that you're tactile, and you're actually making. And I love that. I like that sort of confluence between the tools, both analog and digital, is it's just incredible. I love it.
Well, I'll say one more thing about it and I'll shut up. And I think you'll be able to appreciate this because you are kind of an inspiration, and it's kind of it's kind of a lesson I've had to learn with my music and everything as well. Like I love analog stuff. I love analog music, or just things that were made without a computer, basically, especially in old films and artwork. But I'm quickly realizing that we live in the 21st century, and there are some things that are just not practical or feasible by today's standards that they would have been in like the 80s or 70s. And
too damn expensive.
David Lynch had to save up like $1,000 when he was like dirt broke and go out and buy a camera. I have one in my pocket. I can film anything I want, anytime I want. So why not use that technology? And I've had to kind of pull my head out of my ass and realize, like, hey, this useful technology is all around you. Use it. Fuck trying to fit into a box just to fit into a certain label or whatever. So I'm trying to find that medium between the analog that I love and the digital tools that make our lives easier.
Yeah, that's the way to do it too. And like the analog stuff that I mess with, whether it be cassette tapes or whatever, it all comes down to what I think is the most pragmatic kind of sorcery station in this modern age, and that's the DAW. Like, and that transcends, whatever color collar you're working. It's, it transcends kind of the class system and stuff. A DAW is very universal, and I think it's like such a beautiful tool. And yeah, it's become kind of a snotty, almost elitist thing, and it is kind of classist too, to be analog only, knowing how much you know tape costs, like analog tape costs, knowing how much it costs to run a board, an analog in an analog studio and all that. It's just very niche now, and there is something more beautifully universal about all of us having this ability and this tool center. It's almost like an altar unto itself of creativity. So it's really like what you're putting in and what you're putting out. And I think the intention comes with the tools that you're actually using and how you use it, right? And that's kind of where the aesthetics come through as well, where you can enjoy, how someone's using the same tools as another person, but you prefer the way this person's using it over that one because it gets into those intricacies. And so I absolutely agree with you. Yeah. That's a very great like middle ground of both. And yeah, we're all supposed to use what we got, right? It's if we were just waiting to, you know, for, the tools to, meet our, impossible standards, we'd never create anything. And I say,
Right.
fuck that. We should be creating all the time, no matter what, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
And I think that there can be something kind of fun with like just messing around with a brand new technology in terms of
Yeah.
creativity. It's like you're just meeting each other for the first time, and like you really can just play. There's no preconceived notions there per se, right? Like,
Yeah.
so I don't know. Yeah.
I guess the preconceived notions come in and like, yeah, when it becomes like an intentional tool, right? Then not preconceived notions aren't necessarily bad. I'm just saying
Mhm.
it gets to a point when you're like, okay, I'm using this for this. But
Sure.
then there's that middle ground where holy shit, I was just fucking with this and it created something neat
Yeah,
and
I mean, it's
cool.
just like, yeah,
I'm
when
gonna
you
use it.
first like find something and you're first fucking around with something, like in the very beginning, like you're coming at it with like a beginner's mind or whatever, right? Like
Mhm.
it's yeah, there's so much more space for play there. I mean, and I guess you can kind of like try to tap into that way of working like with whatever tool you're looking at, but yeah, there's something to be said for trying new shit, right? You don't
Hell
have
yeah.
to keep recording on ancient technology. Fucking
Yeah.
cool though it might be, right? Like, I don't know.
I mean,
That's
yeah,
how we
my poor
grow.
ass is my
That's how
broke
we-
ass.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I love vinyl and shit like that, but still, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and also speaking of which, this is probably the best segue to do it. Eric Schaefer, who was here earlier, is putting out a zine called Scavenge Rituals, and in it, a select few will have a 7-inch that he's cut of one of my dim sessions. And it's like super neat. Sent me photos. I can share. This is Scavenge Rituals. So yeah, Journal of Comparative Ritualism, printed and published quarterly. This first one, very cool. It's beautiful. The print is beautiful. I have, I wrote up a thing that correlates to the dim session or my audiomancy session that is on this disc, and yeah, and Eric Arneson's in there, old friend Eric. I think he's still in the chat. But just really wonderful print media. But I love that I couldn't compute that it was a 7-inch with it, because in my head, that doesn't make sense. Like, you must be spending so much money to print that or to get that. So I automatically assumed it was a CD. And then he sent me pictures of the 7-inch. I was like, wait, what? Like, how are you doing this? Who's recouping the cost? And hey, Scavenge Rituals in the chat. And he has this really cool that I've seen on Perfect Circuit. I don't know if there's any audio files out there that know this site, but it's a bunch of weird kind of circuit bent things. But I saw this on Perfect Circuit, that it was a vinyl cutter, like a portable 7-inch little cutter that rights on to these vinyl discs that you get. And so one of my dim sessions will be in this first issue. So please go check out scavengerituals.com. Again, very excited to be on that. But that's another one of those where the dim session that I did was both analog and digital, but it had to be mixed and it had to be mastered in a digital way. So I like that marriage of both. It's a very cool machine. Oh, wait. Alchemical Arts, how you doing? Came through big time. Oh, thank you. Awesome. So this is Scavenge Rituals. Go subscribe. Go to scavengerituals.com. I'm a huge fan of print media. One of the first things we did as the We the Hallowed Collective was create a zine. And you can actually find it on Amazon now because it's like the prints were done. So it's out there forever on Amazon Kindle, which is hilarious to me to think to read a zine on a Kindle. But hey, this is where we're at. But anyway, enough about me, as I'm about to play something more about me. I figure I'm going to send some folks the link. I'm going to go ahead and play something from the Haunt Manual, which is this living grimoire that I've been writing at hauntmanual.com. It correlates to the audiomancy I was just talking about with Scavenge Rituals. And I do these chapters where I read what I wrote for that month in this kind of, audio book sort of way for Prag Magic. And so here was the from the first Haunt Manual intro. Enjoy. Be back in a few minutes.
And now a snippet from the living grimoire known as Haunt Manual, a multimedia grimoire casted and curated by yours truly. What have I been up to in my dimming room?
Tied to what came before. But the thing is, I am haunted. I am haunted by extremes. Whether it's being an aloof instigator of a creative community or a dogma-less, routine-driven magician, I have never given proper communion to this ghost, this tether to all things pragmatic and artistic, this innate contradiction within all that I do. I would balk and run from memory and find myself arrested as to where and how to move forward with nothing truly gained. In hindsight, it's an old tale about doomed repetition, but I know this ghost simply yearns to be both, or something different altogether. How do I commune with the specter of self? How do I find the third mind of energetic revelation between the opposites I find myself forever wrestling? How do I, as a spontaneous creative, become a stable magician? Is it possible? The past few months I caught a whiff of being in front of the oncoming tower. I can see the revolutions of self before me, whether it be behaviors and actions or environmental interactions. Where will I be next year? Will anything be resolved? Will I continue to churn and burn through habitual sabotage and struggle? Perhaps it is time to finally consort the elements that birthed my contradictory ghost. My habitual process during these times of existential stress finds myself lamenting on all that I need to rid or exorcise. I find myself hitting black mesas and shallow plateaus, looking outward, and I get disgruntled and bungled, even more so. But I aim to go about this differently this time. I need to remember and evoke why I've created servitors such as Dakota Slim, Prag Magic, We the Hollowed. It is time to investigate the inspirations and machinations that have brought me my muse. And it has occurred to me that this same ghost, the one howling underneath, has been both my poison and my antidote all along. All right, another piece of the puzzle. Yeah, since the last HAUNTQUINOX, I've been creating this haunt manual thing, and it has a lot to do with it's my writings and audiomantic praxis to commune with the self, whether it's displaced in time, whether it's displaced a displaced aspect of self I've long since wanted to regain, or whether it's a prospect of self that I'm trying to kind of conjure and commune with. And you can check all the writing. It's going to be compiled in print book at the end of it, but it's kind of a living grimoire right now, which means I get the idea, I write about it, it's out into the public. Whether that's, good or bad remains to be seen, but it is out there, and it is the Haunt Manual. So please subscribe to Haunt Manual. You can just get there, hauntmanual.com. And yeah, it's got all my workings, all my recent, magics, basically. It's been kind of it's been my thoroughfare through this year, and 2023 has been magnanimous for that. But yeah, so there's that, blah, blah, blah.
It's dope to finally kind of see it. Like, I know we've talked about this project a little bit. Like, when you were a guest on my show, we even talked about, like, the death of Dakota Slim and all of this stuff. And so it's so cool to, like, be along on this journey. Like, I feel like we're getting these kind of these letters from the roads, right? Like,
yeah,
it's dope. Yeah,
that's very much what it is. It's funny too, because I've been working on Zozobra, which was the death of Dakota Slim, for over a decade, and now it's kind of it was this white whale thing where, fuck, I can never finish this because I'm always changing it, and now I'm seeing it as this kind of how do I put it? It's like a trans-dimensional autobiography in a way, where it's talking about the process of making it, but it's also like me making fun of making it, and it's just like this really weird, like, meta contextual thing. But
it's
at the same
like
time,
there's a journey of, like, this other aspect of yourself, right? Like this other part of yourself that's, like, on this fucking this path and everything, sending us letters from the road. So it's very cool.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And with that, actually, Haunt Manual has a lot of correlation. The new entry that I was hoping to get out before HAUNTQUINOX, but alas, here we are, has a lot to do with a certain feller by the name of C.W. Chanter and his meta RPG and 20-year nostalgia loop stuff. And at the same time being kind of this parallel working with Bobby Hale of Temple of Babylon Karanzan and his listening post alpha. So it's this weird triumvirate of kind of connectivity in disparate works. So welcome, CW. Good to see you.
Well, thank you for having me. Folks, don't worry. You didn't fall asleep underneath the Christmas tree. Though I'm looking right at us, we look like an upside down Christmas tree. CW didn't get the dress code memo. I didn't realize it was Goth Club reunion night, and my anxieties are in check. I'll breathe and roll with it. Though I do feel a little bit like the really hip, teacher trying to reach out to you, or the awesome camp counselor, like, okay, kids, I get it. You
better turn your chair around backwards and put your
here. We're
Here's
here.
the goth night.
We're
goth
here. You're
night
the
background.
bad kids.
There we
You're
go.
the bad kids. So are you going to be the good kids? Or are you going to be the best kids you could be? Oh, see, there you go. Okay. I'm here for it. Give it to me. Give me.
Are you like that teacher in Stand By Me? Are you just going to break down and be like, how do I reach these kids?
I know. No, you know why? You know why?
Stand and deliver,
Samantha? You know why I'm not going to be
Stand by
like
me.
that?
I was like, there was a
You know the music now.
Do you know why I'm not going to be like that, Samantha? Because I already know how to reach these kids. You know why? Dirty little secret time.
I'm so scared.
These kids. There's not so much difference. Down. Somewhere along these 90 minutes, we're gonna figure it out, kids.
Drugs.
Along the generations. How's everyone? Michelle, how you doing?
It's Morse code.
That's it. I'm getting the signals. Don't worry. We're not. I have my my MKU to Morse code translating dictionary. I got it. We're receiving the signals, just like everybody at home who's in the know. Message received. Anyway,
but yeah, what I wanted to do
let
next,
the above ground communications begin. Oh, by the way, Illuminati rules. We got to tell you what we're doing. We're controlling your mind, and we're playing with your souls. Anyway, everyone, by continuing to watch this program, you're consenting to the Illuminati mind control, Illuminati rules. We got to tell you what you're going to do. But if you continue to watch, you're consenting. That's it. Now go. I apologize. It's just a little boiler we got to get out of the way. And lawyer, I got to do the housekeeping.
So as it is with hosting these streams, things are shuffling around a bit. There's obviously more folks to get to, but I thought maybe now would be a good time, if Jill and Michelle are into it, that we could take our little tarot intermission, have them read cards, and with CW here, obviously a great reader as well. Maybe you're definitely welcome to mute him whenever you want.
I can't believe I cannot believe people are willing to keep on giving me this. Such a lie.
But yeah, how you guys feel okay about that? Is that okay?
Well, you want to do some cards?
Yeah, I figure it's a good time. It's a good time.
Cool.
So, Michelle, do you want to tell them what we have planned, or do you want me to?
Yeah, well, what we thought we would do is we would pull cards for each zodiac sign. So Jill's gonna pull a major arcana, and I'm gonna pull from a full deck, and then we'll see what happens. If we have some interesting things to talk about, we'll talk about it. Sound good?
And I am going to be using the Pulp Tarot, which is flipping.
Nice. The Pulp Tarot.
Are we going to start with the collective card first, Michelle?
Yeah, we're gonna start with a card, like a collective pull for everybody, and then we'll do the zodiac. So we'll actually draw like 13 cards because that's a cool number, and that's look. See, Keats is nodding. Keats is like, "Yep, sure is a cool number."
To give us feedback on our readings, I can see him writing.
Yep. All right, I am using. Okay, so we'll do one for the collective. So this is for everybody, right, Jill?
Yep, I have my card. Just let me know when you're ready.
All right. It's hard. I got to think about everybody. All right, I did it. I thought of everybody in the whole world. Oh, look. So I'm using the Beautiful Creatures deck. Right.
That is an awesome deck. That is an awesome deck.
Do you
and
have
how about that
deck,
instruction? How about the accompanying manual? Not to jump all over, but just to shout out that
I love
great
it.
deck. Awesome.
So what did you pull? Which
It's
one
a
did
great
you get?
deck, yeah. And the book, I'm taking like the words on the card. I got the Page of Swords. What'd you get, Joe?
I got the Tower.
Yes.
And I was like, oh my God, this is like so perfect.
Well,
I
my
also
part,
just in that
like this Page of Swords. What?
In the last Haunt Manual excerpt, I mentioned the tower, so I feel that's where it's coming from, and actually, a tower is not in front of us. Okay, proceed.
Oh yeah.
Well, I just feel like how was perfect.
So for my part,
oh, sorry, Michelle. You go.
I don't know. I have that haunted internet. working in Kentucky. So, but for my part, for the Page of Swords, I would say like everybody, like this is like this perfect, like this ideal time where looking behind you. A lot of times when that Page of Swords is looking behind you, you kind of just tread water. You know, you're like, okay, I'm moving forward, but I'm looking behind me. You're kind of treading water. There's just a moment coming up where this Page of Swords is going to be like, okay, I don't have to look at that thing anymore. I really am just going to focus on, you know, like, and also has been doing the work. That's the thing about the Page of Swords. So then, Jill, the Tower, yeah.
So with the Tower, I felt like it was perfect because, you know, you got to tear shit down to build it back up, right? And I feel like there's a big transformation going on, I think, with everyone. And it's the equinox, we're going into spring. And the Tower, like, I just look at this card, I'm like, yes, I'm going to get some freaking clarity in my life. And I think there's a big change. And just, Keats, you doing this tonight is breaking shit down and just starting, like, fresh and anew. So I do think this is an awesome card for the collective, even though some people get scared of the Tower. I'm like, yes, Tower, new beginnings. Let's break all this crap.
No, I love it.
So,
I was kind of addicted to the Tower. But I do want to say, I
Yeah,
don't think I made
right?
this mention. When we started, it was literally officially spring. Welcome to spring. We specifically wanted to start at 2:23 just to have that last minute of winter, because on my side, 2:24 was the equinox. So welcome to spring, everybody.
Thank you.
Welcome to spring. So Michelle, do you want to start with the first zodiac? Or do you want me to?
Yeah, which is Aries, right? Did I get it right, Jill?
You did. It's Aries.
And what's its planet?
So it's a fire sign ruled by Mars, the planet of energy. It's all
right.
a daredevil and a warrior.
Sweet. And for Aries, we got, ooh, look at this. Ooh, Temperance is so cool. Look at her. Oh my God, this deck is so cool. Look at her. She's like, I'm going to have this champagne. Look at her. She's got her bedroom eyes on. She's like, I'm going to have this champagne, but not too much, big boy. Okay. I'm going to remember everything you say in my ear tonight. So that's the way I see it. So Aries is going to have their cake and eat it too. That's what I see happening in this card.
Yep. And it's Mars, planet of energy. So she's going to just keep going and going and going, right?
Right.
So
what did
next
you get for Aries?
Is Taurus, which is an earth sign ruled by Venus, the planet of love. So let's see what Major Arcana wants to talk about that. Wouldn't it be ironic if I get the Lovers right? Ooh, I got the Devil. The devil you know. The devil you dance with, right? Which is kind of addictive because Taurus is a very practical sign and they're very grounded and all that. And now we got the devil that's going to just throw all their great laid out plans into chaos. But they need it. And I love this. And he even has a pentagram on his forehead. I wish I could show you.
Yeah, he does.
Ooh, and I'm blind as
that's so cool.
And it's definitely like, you know, there's two on the bottom. There's like a girl and a guy. It's like the devil there, and then the angel and the other. So that these poor Taurus people, they're not going to know what to do right now with themselves.
That's my sign, and that totally tracks. Like everybody I'm like talking to now, I'm like, oh my God, they're so hot. They're so hot. They're so hot. Like, I'm never like that. I don't care. And right now I'm like, who's that?
How you doing, right?
Yeah, totally. So I feel you're right, Jill. You're right. Okay, so let's see. After Taurus is Gemini.
Yes, it's
okay. And what's the planet?
Ruled by Mercury, the planet of intellect.
All right, let's see what we got for them. Let me see. This is for Gemini. This is your card.
For all you troublemakers out there.
Two came out though. I got the 9 of Cups. Look at her. I love her. You know what's cool in this deck? You can see those little, like, the ring lights in their eyes. Like, you know how, like, all the cam girls have those ring lights in their eyes? They're like, this artist is, like, doing that. It's so cute. Anyway, and she's got her wine, right? So she's the Nine of Cups, but this came out with it too, which is the King of Cups, which is fascination. So you know what? I honestly, for Gemini, and maybe 2 cards, maybe that's why 2 came out, because you're Gemini. But honestly, like, if you've got this Gemini or a lot of Gemini, or you are a Gemini, right now might be the time to be, like, satisfied with just, like, your, like, fantasies about something or your anticipation about something. Like, now might be the time to, like, kind of just, like, really enjoy, like, all right, that's probably not exactly the way things are going to go, but I'm going to really, like, enjoy, like, my, whatever, my desire, my, like, I think y'all understand me. I think if y'all are looking to, like, move on something, go slowly right now, whether it's a person or a passion project or whatever, and make sure that it's not something that's better left to, like, fantasizing about. That's my advice.
Use the intellect.
Yeah. Use that intellect. That's right.
I just wanted to chime in and say I'm a Gemini, and it's weird because I went through this. I know that was the Nine of Cups, but you pulled the King of Cups right after. I went through this weird phase the later half of last year where the Queen of Cups kept coming up for me over and over and over again. And I was reading Crowley's book on the Thoth Tarot, and he ascribed the Queen of Cups to Gemini. And I thought that was just too wild of a synchronicity. It kind of blew my mind because I was like, damn it, I'm tired of this Queen of Cups. She's always
Get that bitch out of here,
always shooting. And I realized, like, oh God, that's me. I'm just looking at myself, and the reflection is, you know, what has obscured my perception of what's going on.
And so, yeah, and that King of Cups rolls in, is like, all right, I appreciate all of that. Let's put it in a cup now, there, lady. Let's not have this messy stuff all over the place. That's, like, what's happening right now. Like, it's pretty cute.
Good.
Good.
He needs to give me some structure.
Yeah, right. I think that's what's happening right now. I think it's going to be a good little process for y'all, honestly. But it's a little restraint, maybe. A little restraint. What's the next one, Jill? Cancer? That's for you?
Yep. We got Cancer, which is a water sign ruled by the moon, which is all about emotion. And Cancer is all about family, loved ones. And, you know, they just want to love everyone, right? Those Cancer people, they're also the family members that drive us flipping crazy. God, I know way too many of them. But, you know, emotions, moon, all that, it's a big, and it's a water sign too, so it's also like flowy, and let's just go with the flow. And people like me just don't understand that. So I actually got the Emperor. So Father Figure, right?
You got the Emperor?
Yeah. So all about family, right? That father figure coming in. So Cancers, don't be surprised. Strong figure coming into your life very soon. And he is coming in with force. He is going to, you know, I just keep getting that daddy and like that dad energy, like, is coming through, and not like the dad that you love, like daddy's little girl. Yeah, UCW, you're getting the dad talk. But you don't get into cars with boys and all that stuff. It's all going to be rooted from, like, emotion.
No, because you're too busy getting in the car with dad. What? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm mixing metaphors. I apologize. I didn't know which hat I was wearing at the time. I apologize.
Well, you're the strong dad telling your children, get into cars with boys, don't go behind under the bleachers, that you're going to tell them to stay away from all that stuff. And it's going to be very emotional. I feel like the emotions are going to run high because that's what Cancer is all about. So very sorry for all the Cancers out there. But don't worry, this person loves you. That person loves you. They got the best interest. But, you know, they're going to come on strong.
Cool. And then, yeah, Jilly just started Soul Connections.
Yeah.
Right?
So I started that, but I just finally started to really put up some regular content on it. Like I said, you know, me coming out of my. So just on a side note, 'cause it's not all about me all the time. Today is a year ago today, doctors were telling my family I was going to die. And
That's
here
right.
I am today doing readings. Who would have ever thought? So this actually has some special meaning to me in the sense of the year that I had. And a year ago, they had me dead and buried, but here I am. And I actually feel this, like, I don't want to call it a rebirth, but like a rejuvenation and like what I want to do. That's why my page has more content and I've been on more live streams and
That's so fuck. That's awesome.
Yeah, dude, that's so
That's
cool.
so fucking fly. That's so fucking awesome.
That's really cool. Very powerful.
That
shit.
is very cool.
And
Talk
I
about another way of magnanimous holidays.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
And I wasn't sure if I was going to mention it because I feel like especially Keats and Sam and Michelle have been listening to me whine for a year about how sick I was. But I just feel like to come full circle it is important just to know that like so much can change in a year, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you for sharing that. Like, I think that's fucking really cool context to have. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I remember that vividly. I just it's crazy just the kind of like mental puzzle to place me back where I was a year ago today, but we have the HAUNTQUINOX to be like, oh yeah, no, that's what I was doing that day, you know. And it starts to it's like almost hauntologically, I start to remember like where I was, what I was feeling, you know, the trials, the tribulations outside of it, and like everything that was connected. And a lot of us here were there last year, and it's crazy to think that was a year ago.
It is. It's crazy to think that a year ago, you know, the outlook was not good. There was not a lot of hope in my, you know, close circles. Yeah. So it's so nice to see that it's like such a different, it just how much, you know, a year can really change, even though it's a short time, but it's a lot can happen in a year. I think that's one of the biggest lessons I've taken from this.
Well, this is your spring, Jilly Beans.
That's right. It's all about me.
Salute.
This time. Thank you so much.
Do it.
Yeah, thank you. That was beautiful. Mr. Stevie Rae, Rosz, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. Did I miss any? I just woke up. Very tiring day at work. How long
Nope,
has
we
the show
just
been
started
going?
5 minutes ago. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Perfect
No,
timing.
No, we've been on for I don't know how long. What time is it? A couple hours now.
No, 5 minutes. We've been here for the last 5 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you, Sam.
Sorry, forgive me.
Great to see you,
spoke out of
Sarah.
turn.
I've missed you.
Yeah.
I missed you, Sam.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, CW. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Keith.
What's going on, baby?
I'm doing it on my phone, so everyone's very small.
Yeah, and Bobby Hale is here.
Hey, Bobby.
Proper warm. I'm excited too, and maybe that's what we'll do. I'm just gonna jump into it because Bobby graciously submitted this wonderful talk.
There's Leah.
And in full, it's not to be missed, but just to be pithy with things shared. He's told me there's a section of his talk we can share, and it correlates to CW, and it correlates, you know, to stuff that I've been doing with the Haunt Manual, and it's
Very
just
interesting to see this.
really fascinating. So I'm excited to share it with everybody. And
I hope he doesn't hate it, because then this could end up being like the main event. You know,
Listen,
like
WrestleMania. Don't say things like main event, because we're still trying to figure out where the core MK Ultra programming lies with me. But it may have we're wrestling
It's in
things,
wrestling.
things like main event.
Definitely.
We don't like to ring bells around me, cowbells, thing like even things like this could use more cowbell jokes. We avoid things like that, you know.
So that
Things like
said,
right
if
now,
everyone's ready to rumble, we'll just
share the mic. There are other people present here, you know. We don't have to fight about this, or we don't have to fight about this. Now you're telling me what to do, and you're telling me how to do it. Now we're fighting.
Yeah. But like as a good
this
launching point, because I definitely want to talk about meta RPG and all of that, but I do find these like deep correlations with what Bobby's doing with listening post alpha, you know, some of what I've been up to, and it feels like there's this tetherless triangle that, you know, we're seeing. So I'd love to play this. I'm gonna make sure I get it the right spot. Bobby, if you don't mind, maybe I'll play a little bit of the intro because you do introduce yourself and whatnot.
Yeah, that's
and then
cool.
we'll-
Yeah,
and
play
then we'll
whatever you want, man. Thanks.
Hell yeah. Here we go.
Hello, all. This is Bobby Hale of Temple, BC. Also, Agent 111 of Listening Post Alpha Kingsport Division. I'm also known as the Adeptus Talismantis of the Horus Maat Lodge Tanasi Nexus. Today, what I want to talk about is, I guess, a couple of different things. The first thing being the idea of magical time loops, or what C.W. Chanter calls nostalgia loops. And secondly, this idea of magic, or doing magic with the use of a television, either as the primary modem of communication. Did I say modem? The primary mode of communication, or as a tool for magical working. Out there in some of his talks on YouTube, and I decided to check out that 20-year nostalgia loop, so I did a quick Google search of films 2003. And I noticed a film called Paycheck, starring Ben Affleck and Uma Thurman, with a broken mirror jigsaw puzzle image on the cover. Now, this is all I saw. I didn't go and look up anything else about it. I wasn't trying to find out any prior information. I wanted to be kind of like, I wanted to see a movie I hadn't seen before from 2003 and really go into it with like a fresh mind, a beginner's mind, you might call it. And so I kind of like read the covers as symbols, or like as guideposts for where to go, and I kind of trusted my guides that they would get me to where I needed to go with this experience. So anyways, the broken mirror, it's a very important symbol to Temple, BC. You can check out our books, or you can join the ALW Cypher group on Facebook, and you can learn all about what the broken mirror Aeon is all about. And I guess you can probably just quickly think about the last scene from Twin Peaks season 2 with Killer Bob and Dale Cooper, and you kind of can get the idea. So anyways, I also noticed that this was one of 2 films featuring Paul Giamatti from that year. The other one was American Splendor, which I have seen several times and really enjoy that film. Recommend it. Now, Giamatti was important to this quest because he's recently been featured in a terribly obnoxious Verizon ad as Albert Einstein, and this Leah and I were just bombarded by this ad, for weeks, and we would kind of chuckle about it and be like, man, Paul Giamatti, and this is kind of a humiliating role, and it's like, I guess he just needs a paycheck, So then we go back to this movie Paycheck, and there he is, in the time loop. We're doing some time loop magic here, and so I thought, well, this is a good sign. I'm going to check out this movie. So yeah, and there was this other movie called Timeline from 2003, which I found quite to be a synchronicity, but I haven't checked it out yet. It was like $3, and I was pretty broke, and the whole thing was I didn't want to spend any money. I wanted it to be like the cheapest sort of relaxed experience that I could provide for myself. So still haven't seen a movie, but I think it's probably important. Somebody should watch it. I might get to it at some point, but this guy goes back into time, into like a sort of a medieval time, sort of like Dungeons and Dragons or something like that. So I think it's probably important to the whole meta RPG concept that CW Chanter is kind of etching out or whatever. So it was only after viewing Paycheck that I realized it was based on the work of Philip K. Dick, whose work, as we just discussed, was key to the 7-year cycle. As it turns out, Albert Einstein's visage features heavily in this film as a literal timestamp that reveals a terrible future of plague and war. Affleck, I don't want to get too much into the storyline, but Affleck actually encodes information about the future that he's already experienced somehow through science, on a stamp of Albert Einstein on a letter that he sent to himself. So luckily, Affleck's character saves himself and humanity from nuclear annihilation through some wild time sorcery and the help of the Holy Ghost. There's a dove flies in and changes what's the word? It changes the situation. It's like when the butterfly flaps its wings or whatever, anyway. So some major synchronistic stuff going on here with the cipher, the 20-year time loop, and the 7-year palm and egg cycle of Aiwass, of which 2023 is the 18th iteration. Paul Giamatti was also born on the 7-year time loop in 1967, which is the same year that the Beatles put out the Magical Mystery Tour and Sgt. Pepper's. 7 years later, in 1974, Philip K. Dick had his anamnesis event while listening to Strawberry Fields Forever. This movie was directed by John Woo, who directed Face Off, one of the most idiotic yet entertaining films of all time. Included below are some interesting correlations by the ALW cipher, which confers the general gnosis emanating from this practice. Also included are many spells generated from the viewing session. This is, I'm going to include this in the links below to the HAUNTQUINOX video, if that's okay with Keats. And so some of these cipher syncs, I use the ALW cipher gematria to sort of track like synchronistic and to check synchronistic guideposts to kind of see if I'm going in the right direction with my esoteric research. And something that immediately stuck out to me was that Paycheck, the title of the film, equals Verizon ad. And as you remember, Paul Giamatti this year was in this Verizon ad as Einstein, completing the 20-year loop that starts with the film Paycheck. Albert Einstein equals listening post alpha. So of course, this would come into our purview. Paul Giamatti, his name equals broken mirror. William Decker is the name of the time travel physicist in the film who creates a lot of this time travel technology. And his name is equal to time loops, which equals 140. Also, the word nostalgia equals 88, which is the most looping number that there is, other than 888 or perhaps 8,888 or 88,888. You get the idea. Then we've got the phrase nostalgia loop. Nostalgia loop. Nostalgia loop equals Twin Peaks, which is the mythos that we base our practices on here at LPA and Temple of Babylon Crons on. I've heard the CW Chanter is not a big fan of David Lynch or Twin Peaks, but we have to give David Lynch his due when it comes to creating nostalgia loops. The man is a master at the game. Then the phrase meta RPG equals Time Lord, which I think that's what C.W. Chanter was referring to himself as, a very beautiful honorific. And the phrase time loops equals nostalgia loops. It also equals time warp and chrono magic. So time loops, nostalgia loop, chrono magic, all are equal. Very interesting. To me, that means that this practice is, so the spells generated, a couple of cool ones. Memory loss injections. So maybe like you're dealing with somebody that remembers some stuff about you that you don't like something you did in your shady past that you're not proud of or something. And maybe you see them and you whisper to yourself, memory loss injections, something like that. That's just an idea of how to use these spells in everyday life. Lotus Wind, I really like that one. Let's see. Brain cooker. Yeah, you want to cook somebody's brain. Mine's clearly cooked. Let's see. You can't use that on me. It's already, it's plenty cooked. Let's see. Second chance. I mean, that's a pretty straightforward one, and I think, thinking of nostalgia, what that just brought to mind was, Zach Morris. Zach Morris, something would be going on, Saved by the Bell, and time out or whatever, and then everything would stop except for his experience of what was going on in the room. And sometimes he would move people around so that, one time I think AC Slater was going in to punch him in his face, and he time out, and then he moves some people around, and then it turns out that then he blows the whistle, and then AC Slater punches Mr. Belding, the principal, in the face instead, or something crazy like that, while Zach Morris goes out the room. I think this is kind of the same thing here. This is you can become the ultimate Zach Morris through this type of sorcery, which is very evil. Zach Morris is a terrible person, so we don't want to be like Zach Morris, maybe. But just talking about you don't want to be like Aleister Crowley either, right? But you do want to be like Aleister Crowley. That's the whole fucking point. And it's you don't want to be like Zach Morris, but you do, because Zach Morris is the fucking coolest, right? So, yeah. Another pretty good one, protective mirrors. Also, we have a subway hack, and I guess that could work either at the restaurant or in an actual subway. Coffee creamer cafe vortex. That's a really good one too. You can manifest, images or maybe servitors, or even nostalgia loops through a coffee creamer cafe vortex. Blonde doppelgangers. Who doesn't need those every once in a while? The Dove. The Dove was very important. The Dove saved Ben Affleck's ass in that movie. The Birdman. The Birdman. And my favorite, $92 million jackpot. Who couldn't use it? Who couldn't use it? Some little micro games popped up, some ideas. One I call Super Agents versus Engineers. The other one is called Who Sent These Items? You did. You sent the fucking item. Come on. All right. And then, I made a couple other little notes, some more weird stuff that came to us through kind of thinking like this and arranging our TV viewing time and our relaxation time here on this lovely couch in Leah's harem, around these ideas that C.W. Chanter put forth. One of the weirdest ones was on March 4th, we fell asleep watching this really old movie that we found from 1967. So on the 7-year time loop. But I've shown that this is the year where the 7-year time loop and the 20-year time loop really meet up and create a very potent, magical force based on nostalgia itself. Just raw nostalgia this year, just really like and so like if you can really get in there and alchemize the nostalgia this year, you're due for some really great surprises over the next 7 years. I think like some really good manifestations, and as a collective who wants peace and love and unity in the world, which are the most nostalgic concepts there are. If we really put our minds and our hearts into those kinds of concepts this year, then we can really turn the ship around, man. That's what I hope. That's my hope for 2023. And so this movie, Journey to the Center of the Time, or Time Warp, from 1967, which I picked randomly, but based on the fact that it had the 1967 date. It was lots of Einstein talk in this film, of course, because it was super pseudoscientific, and how can we explain time travel? I mean, I don't think Einstein relativity doesn't really explain time travel. It kind of gives a glimpse to the illusory nature of time based on how quickly we're moving through space, and I think if there's anything to say about the metaphysics of watching TV, tuning on and dropping out and doing this kind of practice, is that you're relaxed, you're sort of passive in a way, and your consciousness is not moving through time at the normal rate that it does throughout the day when you're just sitting relaxed and watching television.
Fucking beautiful. And there's so much more to it. I know Bobby mentions the 7-year loop, which he does get into, and the beginning of the video, and I hope to have that video out, so folks can reference it. Bobby, I tried to put your Google Drive stuff, but unfortunately it has to be like the what do you call it, permissions need to be updated so that anyone with the link can
I think
check out.
I'll do that.
Oh yeah, no worries. But yeah, I'll add that in the show notes below once that's all sorted. But yeah, I mean, I'll let you and CW discuss.
Well, I loved it. It was great. So, well, number one, the great thing is number one news event. There's no fighting. We don't need to fight. I'm not gonna run into my. There's not gonna be like there's not gonna be like the Wood Marshall McLuhan moment. You, sir, know nothing of my work. What is this? First of all, stop this video. No, I mean, it's nuts. What's crazy is that the thing about this whole 2003 time loop thing, and we have to figure the 7-year loop and how these different things go, because there's obviously all sorts of different machinations and different gears that go on, and you try and find this stuff and you try and figure out what's going on, but you're trying to like calculate the speed of a moving train while you're on the moving train with antiquated technology. It's very and you and your compatriots have no real grounding in scientific analysis or how to take measurements, right? It's very difficult to do, right? And predecessors in the arts and crafts like Aleister Crowley, Gardner, the rest of you all think yourselves like these guys may have known what they were doing, or they may have been completely full of crap. I mean, who knows? I mean, I am absolutely like, I explore with an open mind, and I say, I note these synchronicities, and I note that I experience magical transformation and change. I experience the phenomena, and I just simply say, I don't know why, but I put no judgment upon it. I just try and, avoid, touching the third rail. I try to avoid that which will actually end my life. Avoid electrocution. Do not, do not night swim with sharks at night. You know what I mean? Like, you avoid the thing.
All of this shit is totally a fucking balancing act. Absolutely. Like, so much of magical thinking does have to do with like leaning into confirmation bias, as you're talking about, right? Like, but as we're doing that, we need to remember that's what we're doing, right? So there's this sort of that kind of a push and pull there that's important. It takes attention, right? But it's totally worth it. Yeah.
Use it. How to use it. How to know when to turn the magic on, know when to turn the magic off. Weaponize the confirmation bias, use the confirmation bias, but make sure that you don't get used by the confirmation bias.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
that is very hard to do.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's like when you do this thing, like the experimenting with the meta RPG, or whether what Keats is doing, or what Bobby's doing, or all the stuff that we're doing, we have to be very very cautious and honest, because no one really takes the time to say, hey, folks, it's true, like, a lot of what we're doing is, if this stuff is real,
yeah,
and, with the exception of me, I think I'm taking the most kind of like agnostic point of view. If we take it that this stuff is real, let's be honest, we are advocating for amateur nuclear bomb home experimentation, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and that's like, especially
what's the worst that can
especially
happen?
with
Hey, what? Hey, demons, psychopomps from beyond, contacting the dead. Let some stuff in.
Well, I know that was always kind of.
Might let some
Depends
stuff
on your
in.
perspective. Yeah, I mean, it depends on your perspective about how this shit works, of course. I mean, but yeah, it's you could be contacting some aspect of self, right? Like, in chaos magic, we talk about different models of magic, right? Is it psychological? Is it energy? Like, to me, who cares? Like, that's those questions don't matter in an operational sense to me. Like, I will maybe choose different ways of looking at it depending on what I'm doing, but like, so yeah, I mean, who knows, right? Like, I think that there's something to be said for being willing sometimes to be used by it, though, like being willing to like go and like really step into the experience, but never to forget that that's what's happening. Like, you always have to like.
Well, I think a lot of the
keep
dangers
tether, like,
come from though are
tether yourself.
unsuited or kind of like consequential until you're actually back in this whole idea of time travel, especially in a hauntological sense. If I'm like with the haunt manual, I'm going back. I like, for the first working, it was a certain year, which in my mind I remember, and this rose tinted kind of idea of who I was in that year. What I find is, holy fuck, I forgot all of the fucking trudgery and shit that was around it and had to deal with it. Then it was like, okay, well, screw that. Not a year. What about an aspect? And then finding, holy fuck, there's a lot of alienation and trudgery in the aspect. It's like there is a danger to it for sure, but there's also like an honesty, and I see what CW is saying about like regaling these parts. It's not like I'm not writing it for other people to do it. I'm just writing it like I just am experimenting with it and doing it. But I have to log like, oh, these these malformations of the experiment were unintended, but at the same time, now I know. Thank you. I'll be less specific or more specific in this
or
next
even
time.
in those malformations, like there's something there. Like, when things turn out different for me, like there's always like a reason to be interrogated. There's always like something interesting there.
Oh yeah, the 2017 one was huge for me because there was a lot of unfinished business, as it were. Thus, kind of a large ghost ideology about it, but it really was like I had like left a place that I was kind of sparked back to in this quadrant. Like, time was still linear, so I couldn't time travel, but it put me back into where I was, like, as time was continuing to move on. So I was back in Portland out of nowhere, back in the same like working situation that I hadn't been since then. It was crazy, but at the same time, yeah, it was very much that I had to deal with a lot of closure and a lot of kind of like trauma cinching, as it were, in a way, you know. Yeah,
you probably had to. You know what I mean? That's
right.
probably where you were
And
drawing
it was
that. I
good.
just want to
The end of it
make
was
sure
good.
that, you know, so this is, so I'm not, so if someone contacts me and says, hey buddy, we need you to teach a class on how to teach kids how to ride bikes, and I teach a whole bunch of kids how to ride bikes, and then I come back into that town and I see a whole bunch of kids are going to places in town on their bikes that I don't necessarily think they should go. It's not for me to tell them, you know, don't go there on your bike. But I just want to say, hey, you know, the whole point of this meta RPG and the time travel aspect of it, you know, I've talked to several people about this. There's no aspect about this that is necessarily about you going back to your past and going and confronting this shit. We're watching fucking movies. Like I tell people all the time, if you are going back and you are talking to your fucking father all the time, like, why the fuck are you watching? Like, you're supposed to be watching, like, if we're going back to 1983, and you're keep on confronting heavy shit, I want you watching like Carrot Top and Revenge of the Nerds. And Revenge of the Nerds has like some hard sex. So are we watching Care Bears or Pac-Man Adventures? Like, what the fuck? Like, there's no thing about, or like you could be looking at like electrical programming instruction manuals from 1983 or whatever.
Well,
and it's not for me to tell you that you did anything wrong. It's just to say, like, I just want to make sure that people know that this
That's
thing
what
is not
deviates
about
from your.
Yeah, it's not. It's just so you know, like,
But
this
at the
is not
same time,
necessarily about. Yeah,
I have to say, the 20-year nostalgia loop, and when I first met you and there was talking about that, you know, Jonaside, who was in the chat, we used to talk about it, where it's, you know, you're looking back 20 years ago and you're not prepared kind of for the onslaught of memories and kind of things when you're looking at your own kind of nostalgia loop. And, you know, we all deal with it in different ways, whether it's listening post alpha or, you know, meta RPG. And yes, yours is very succinct and almost a very like cultural standpoint, right? It's not so much that it's a personal thing. You're looking at it in a wider lens, right? Outside.
yeah, and it's just also to say is like, I don't want anyone who's necessarily, you know, just, you know, and like also that earlier point that we were talking about that we may have gotten thing, like, wasn't necessarily speaking to anybody in the room who I know is like familiar with, like, you know, protocols and, you know, what to do and how to, you know, proper mindsets and invocation and evocation and stuff. But we're having this discussion, and this discussion is going out on YouTube, and we're not in control of who tunes into this. So when we're having these discussions, we know we've met people that are like, they're one Aleister Crowley quote away from, like, you know, being the worst nightmare that their mother ever encountered for the last 20 years of their mother's life before they drive their mother insane. You know what I mean? It's just like the worst. I mean, it's just like, you know, a little bit of black magic can be just the worst thing that some people can encounter. You know what I mean? It could just, and we're just out here like, you know, so I'm just like, there's
like a fun axiom, right? Like, a little bit of knowledge is the most dangerous thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Like,
But what's
it's always strange to me.
People are so cavalier. Like, you turn it on all the time. Like, they talk about chaos magic. How many chaos magic? How many of the big chaos magic like channels do you know that were like, they say things and you're like, if we take what they're saying at face value, they basically said like, hey guys, like, oh, you needed like
this is how you
directions to build an A-bomb. Yeah. Not a problem. Just like, you hit my Dropbox, we're cool. You need poison, not a problem. Cool. And like, am I calling the police saying, am I calling up YouTube? Dear, and you know that there are people out there that are. You know that there are occultists that are like constantly contacting Facebook, like, I know, are you aware that 666 Armageddon Crow Face is currently telling people how to make a voodoo doll? You are responsible for this. Zuckerberg, you'll be responsible for the karmic implications of this. So, I am writing you. You are now forewarned. The karmic implications are now vested.
God, like, dude, honestly, you know what this fucking reminds me of is just like the idea of Mercury, and Mercury as a trickster god, also like the carrier of information, but also super as a fucking trickster, right? Like, that's, I mean, I guess this has always been part and parcel for the environment. Like, you look at old grimoires and stuff, and you can tell that some of them were written by actual magicians that were like doing this shit. Some of them were written 100% to like dupe rich idiots out of their money, right? Like you can kind of see some of that, like in, or maybe it's not. Maybe I'm being a little bit reductive there, but there's differences there in the tech, right? You can kind of see that.
But God forbid one of those rich dupe idiots would actually get their mitts on an actual grimoire that would work. But
Stumbles into the atom bomb.
But don't worry, folks, because unless you're really cool, right? Unless you're really, really awesome, the grimoire won't work.
Even if the grimoire was written for some rich idiot and it was like
really getting it.
So from my perspective, at least, like speaking again from a chaos magic perspective, if somebody, this rich idiot, they had this grimoire that somebody probably had written maybe to dupe them out of their money, like go with this thought experiment. If they believed in it enough, if they carried out these rituals with the mindset that this was 100% gonna fucking work, they got all these like fancy gems, they got all their crazy, triangles of art and all of the other shit that you might have to have. They're invested in a way that's like real, and I honestly, why wouldn't that fucking work, right?
Well,
like,
there's so much of it.
You know what? You know how I know? I traveled through time.
Okay, well,
some people
that's not evidence enough for me, but I love that for you.
But there you go.
Through Simpsons episodes.
Dangerous.
I love
we'll
that
find
for
the
you.
atom bomb plans.
Speaking of atom bomb plans,
these are interesting philosophical questions that can only really be answered through experimentation, right? Like,
yeah,
that's true, because you could read 100 grimoires and like that's not the same as setting up the sigil on the altar with the candles and the incense and all of that stuff. And like,
gotta fuck around and find out. Absolutely.
And how about this? How is it that there's a direct correlation between magicians that are considered authentic and magicians that died in poverty, right? But there's no direct correlation between any magicians that are considered authentic and any magicians that are considered authentic because, look, they said they would get everything that they wanted and like things would work out in accordance with their will.
Well, I mean, interchange magician with artist.
About who's an authentic magician. I know plenty of magicians who are very successful in their lives. And I mean, I know
a lot of like, actual magicians that are stone cold failures, like Aleister Crowley.
Well, listen, there's a really good quote by Crowley about this in the Book of the Law.
Was he a failure, like in what he set out to do, though, right? Or like Austin Osman Spare, like who fucking like was eating cat food? But I
that's
still
what I mean.
respect
Like
him
this
because
whole
he didn't give a
correlation
fuck,
thing,
right? Like
it's a really
it's
a really fascinating subset when you don't look at it as magicians as artists, and then the whole thing blows open because that's pretty much the same deal.
Can I say something real quick? It's always funny to me, like everywhere I go, it's like people are like, damn, that's fascinating, but that's dangerous. Like this is very dangerous, and it's funny because
so it's driving a car.
Yeah, I don't really think of it that way. Do you know what I mean?
But what I'm saying, like,
and the thing is like with this technique, I thought it was cool because I could kind of like disinvest, I guess, like and the way that I chose everything was very much through like, I already am connected to certain spirits, certain practices that I'm doing all the time. I'm totally immersed in other magic, totally grounded in a magical lifestyle and a gnosis. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I easily just walk into something like this and have some cool results. I don't know that anybody else could. I think that, like I can tell you that story and then some guy's going to be like, well, one time I read Aleister Crowley and then I was number 93 at Starbucks or something, you know what I mean? And that was a crazy synchronicity, and you're like,
right.
Okay, but I go on and on with these sort of.
It's the difference between being a conductor of coincidence and actual like
but it's coming through. Like I don't really have any control over this stuff, like I'm not making up these stories when I'm like, I'm just following random stat, I'm just walking through. It just comes to me, and like that's the whole thing about LPA is like I do the analysis and stuff, and I kind of guide it. I guide the planchette a bit, in the group, like almost like a GM in a RPG or something, but I'm not don't control much of anything, you know. So I think,
and there's a rubric too for how you do it. So
but
anyone
I am aware that I think that
Yeah.
some people they really could lose their shit. And like even my kids, like my oldest kids, like my oldest daughter is 16, she'll be like, why don't you let me play around with that spirit box sometime, you know? And I'm like, no, you know, absolutely not. Why? Because it's dangerous, you know.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
About the danger
You just
thing really
answered-
quick too, though, because
Yeah.
yes, there is. I mean, I don't have to elaborate too much on this because I know everybody in this room knows. Like, yeah, there is an objective danger to it, but I also think, going back to what Luxa said about the grimoires, there is like definitely a strong gray area of personal belief, and I think that it has to do with like, okay, so all these ancient grimoires like the Goetia, blah, 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 they're all written from a Christian, Jewish perspective. Call on Yahweh, form this little protective circle. And
As the usual.
But
and the PGM.
however, like,
What the fuck
you
does
know, that
mean?
doesn't really have to be the way it is set in stone. Somebody like me, you know, I don't give a shit about Yahweh or angels or any of that shit. Like, and it works just fine for me. And like, yeah, I can summon demons and I can talk to them and I can commission them for things. And of course, there is like, you know, I'm not saying like everything's perfect or I'm exempt from you know, any possible like backfire. Like, no, that can definitely happen, and it has happened once or twice. But like, yeah, like there is I think with that danger area, though, there is still a very large gray area of what do you believe. If you're a Christian who's like deathly fucking afraid of Aleister Crowley, then yeah, you might do the LBRP, which is a basic ritual, and might claim you're hearing voices
And
stuff.
lose it, yeah.
Or if you're you know, if you're somebody who like is well seasoned and you're like, yeah, there are either it's an aspect of my own psyche or there's an external consciousness communicating with me, or maybe it's both. You could probably ride that wave a little bit better than somebody who wasn't prepared for it.
Absolutely, yeah. Depends on like
yeah,
what,
I just think
where
of the
you're coming
annals
from.
of how like the, you know, listening post alpha, how the meta RPG, how haunt manual work. It seems like very distinctive facets though, and I don't want to generalize at all or anything, because I know in all of our works it kind of transcends that, or like meaning to, it's not meaning to be so distinctive, right? But with the meta RPG, there is a pragmatical like schism of, you know, like psychology and kind of gamifying life and adventure and willingness, you know. There's you know, attuning to a kind of circuitry in, you know, the world of which we all, the somatic of which we all kind of play in, with hey, this is crazy, this Simpsons, you know, fucking episode called this forth, like they tapped into something. Or like listening post alpha with Twin Peaks and understand the, you know, the ALW cipher, and it seems like we're all gunning for this kind of like not, I wouldn't say naturalist, but I would say like more of a like a signifier, like a way of machination, like a rubric to kind of, you know, break down the curtains of shit that we care, like a lot of us just kind of inherently care little about, and understanding like, holy shit, no, the mundane is fucking magical. This shit is insane. Like there's a fabric here, you know.
Well, I was led to you guys, you know, like I was led to you, Keats, to do the Pragmagic, I call it a working, the podcast that we did together. That I got signs to do that from an LPA session. The LPA session gave me more information. One of the main things was you were asking for an identity. It said something like it's not who, it's when, or something like that.
Yeah.
And then CW Chanter starts popping up, you know, while we're trying to figure out like this sort of like RPG haunt that was going on with LPA, with some of the other esoteric information we were getting. Like a lot of books were popping up that we had never even heard of or read that had to do with Dungeons and Dragons. Like and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So, and then I see you post something, a CW Chanter link, and I check it out. It's like something about cutting up an RPG, and I was like, shit, there it is. This guy, we're on the same current. We're on the same
Right.
somehow.
Yeah.
So
That's a good way to put it, on the same current.
And I've watched so much CW Chanter that like my 3-year-old daughter does like an impression now.
My condolences.
She said today, do you know what this guy's talking about? I said, yes, I do.
My kids all the time.
I do know what he's talking about.
So the only thing I want to jump in, make sure that I hit this before we see, the thing that gets me about when things are working is it's like, you get the juice, like things are happening. You don't have to, there's times when, you're making yourself do the journaling exercise, you're making yourself pull the daily tarot card, and you're writing your notes, and you're working diligently, and you're keeping hope alive. And there's other times when things are happening for you, you're doing something, and it's usually when it's just starting. And when I started doing this latest round of this meta RPG and kicking back up with the nostalgia loops and doing the stuff, that was it. My enthusiasm level went from my enthusiasm level on YouTube during 2022 was like I was like The Walking Dead. It was like I was on lithium. I was basically checking in every once in a while to say this channel is still alive. I don't know why. But then, in short order of 2023, kind of things, started, getting going, and I, started kind of knowing what was going on. And it makes sense that kind of like Bobby Hale, when I made initial contact with you, when you made initial contact with me, it was an initial brush of enthusiasm. You said, the minute I found out about this, I immediately started saying, had an immediate attraction to it. I immediately, started experimenting with it. And the first email, you mentioned Paycheck to me, and you must have sensed that I immediately got a response off that thing, Paycheck. It's 2023, and if you're into magic, and generationally, we probably all got here along the same circuitous, musical post-industrial roots. So a lot of us are familiar with William S. Burroughs and 23 and the 23 phenomenon, all that stuff. So it's a holy year, 2023. So it's a lot of stuff's, coming alive. It's going to be King Cobra JFS's, 32nd birthday. Will he turn it around, or will he have a repeat of the disaster of 31? Anyway, Paycheck, I actually hit the 2003 time loop early. In 2020, when I was still living with my former girlfriend, I couldn't stand 2000. So I started jumping around, and almost one of the first places I jumped to that I had no relationship to. There were certain power years that I went to early, 1995, 2008. There were years that I wanted to go to personally, and I started experimenting with. But there was this year that I hit on, 2003, that I went to for no friggin' reason. I have no relationship to 2003. It marked no particular high point or low point in my thing. I only went there really for one particular reason. One thing clicked to me. There was a movie with Kate Beckinsale called Underworld. It's a lame movie, but for whatever reason, it got me onto this thing. Oh, now I got a leg cramp. That's weird. Onto 2003 in 2000. So I started working on 2003. I accumulated, got my book collection of books that I had around from 2003. I started working 2003 early, put together the iTunes playlist, and I watched several movies from 2003 with my then girlfriend. It was a very important relationship, and we took notes because it was a Philip K. Dick movie, and because it involved this central theme that a lot of people were talking about, time travel, and the thing that I was always interested in my entire life. And that movie was, of course, 2003's Paycheck. Now, when you started, talking about this stuff and started talking about this thing, Paycheck, I immediately just started opening up. And this is what I mean about the flow of rhythm and the flow of the juice. And you start, following these things, and these things start working. You mentioned the importance of this broken mirror thing. 1998 is on the 25-year nostalgia loop. So I've seen several movies from 1998. I can tell you a hallmark of 1998 is this fragmented. Always you'll see in movies from 1998, whether it's the Sci-Fi Channel or whether it's Major Motion Pictures, whether it's Oceans, whatever they were doing, it's this I think it's an homage to this effect that they were doing in the late 1960s, where it's like
the action montage.
Yeah,
panel.
the action montage where they cut to different things and they have like different frames go over each other. So that immediately reminded myself of 1998, that whole thing. So you like got that 5-year period where things are swinging around. You mentioned, the Paul Giamatti connection. In 2001, he was in the movie Planet of the Apes. That was his big Hollywood, I can do this movie now, after he did a movie was his breakout role in 1998, also in the 25-year nostalgia loop. He had his big breakout role when he was in Saving Private Ryan. The reason I remember this is I never saw the movie Saving Private Ryan, but I know that in the movie Saving Private Ryan, Paul Giamatti plays what's known as a kvetch, a person who's constantly complaining. And the reason why I know this is because I listened in 2001 to an NPR interview with Paul Giamatti at length, because Paul Giamatti is such a fascinating guy. He talked at length. He was doing a press junket for Planet of the Apes, where he plays Dr. Zaius. And he says, basically, they're trying to get him to sum up his role in Planet of the Apes, and Planet of the Apes is a terrible movie. So he's doing his best to kind of sell the movie, make sense of the movie, try to explain it to the movie. And the NPR hostess says to him, "So it kind of sounds like you went from being the kvetch of Saving Private Ryan." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I basically went from being the kvetch of Saving Private Ryan to being the kvetch of Planet of the Apes."
Well, I hate to be the kvetch of HAUNTQUINOX, but I do have to dip out here.
Oh, we love you, Lexa.
You're dipping out on Planet of the Apes. It happens.
Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out.
Yeah,
Have a good one.
We loved all your stuff. I
38.
put links. If people look under the
pleasure meeting
websites,
you,
it's
though.
in the chat. I will spam it out more. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Keats. And it's
Bye,
been
Luxa.
fantastic. Yeah, seeing all of you and talking to y'all and meeting some of you for the first time. So fuck yeah, I appreciate you including me, and
Of
hope
course.
everybody watching has a fantastic evening. Take care.
Yeah, anytime.
All right.
Good to see you, Alexa. I did want to say, so I've been working with the 20-year nostalgia loop a bit because this year was magnanimous for me. And I had written about this in the foreword for Derek Hunter's book, but this group Unwound, and I've texted CW about it. But in 2003, I was supposed to see them and decided, nah, they've been around for a decade. I'll catch them next time. And it wasn't until 20 years later that they actually came back around. Now, that said, I learned a lot about myself recently that I've written about that show, how it didn't matter to me much anymore, and I didn't really enjoy, but it's the lore that I built up, right?
Sure.
But 2003 was actually the last year I had any semblance of like family, or like it's been 20 years now where I've been in like just independent on my own, like a naked baby in the wild kind of, and so like this 20-year nostalgia loop keeps coming in. And funny enough, today, I have YouTube in the background while I'm doing things, and Daredevil, Ben Affleck, who's in Paycheck, Daredevil came out 2003.
Absolutely.
And had this whole like 20-year retrospective. Is it that bad? Was the question posed by the YouTube video, and I'm here to answer. Yeah, no,
It
still
is.
that
Oh,
bad.
absolutely. That's what the things you learn on the nostalgia loop is. Things like you can go back and be like, it's absolutely,
Yeah, still that bad. Yeah.
There you go.
But
So
so it's been very in the front of my mind. I know with Bobby, of course, too, with the video. But
one last thing I also wanted to add is about, we were talking about, you had mentioned David Lynch. Now, I might not like David Lynch's movies, but if we're talking about things like cults and mind control and weird connections, and you mentioned the Beatles and Sgt. Pepper's, let's not forget that David Lynch has been a lifetime member of the Transcendental Meditation movement, an unwavering supporter of the Transcendental Meditation movement to this day, having no wavering in his support, despite the fact that the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi died. I forget what year he died, in like 2000 whatever. But so that whole organization has gone through many transformations and changes and a lot of controversies, and David Lynch is no problem. And if you go and actually see David Lynch live, there's like not I don't think there's an appearance that goes by that someone doesn't jump up at one occasion or say, you support a cult, you know, my brother was lost to that cult, why do you keep on supporting a cult? And David Lynch is like, oh, I you know, donut holes, you know, he doesn't say anything, but it's like whatever. But it is what it is, you know what I mean? So wherever he goes, when he dives deep to where there's no thoughts, no words, no ideas, just the pure consciousness.
The neither.
Maybe that's where he swims and gets the juice. Yeah. But and as far as that dove is concerned, that dove was an homage to the director John Woo's earlier 1992 movie, Hard Boiled. Okay.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah.
Which isn't the end of Hard Boiled what the entirety of Reservoir Dogs is based off of?
But yeah, exactly. But the other thing about John Woo movies is like the thing with the dove in John Woo movies, like I think like he also does it in Face Off. Like John Woo,
yeah,
like,
with
there's a thing with John Woo. There's always like it's
hey,
like, and it's like the dirty little secret is like kind of like, are we going to talk about the fact that John Woo doesn't know how to end a movie?
Is he in the OTO? Is John Woo in the OTO?
How does he solve the problem? John Woo is just like, Dove, fuck you,
yeah. John Woo.
Holy Spirit. That's wild.
That's hilarious. Yeah, there's just so many, and I don't know if it's like, you know, in the idea of, you know, all this archetypal young thing, we're all pulling from these, you know, this collective unconscious, and you know, there's so many tethers because we're all pulling from the same pool. To talk about David Lynch, he wrote a book called Catching the Big Fish.
Yeah,
right.
You know, who Mitch Horowitz actually did the forward for. And in the book, he talks about ideas or just, you know, these fish. If you don't catch it, sooner or later, it's going to be caught by somebody else, you know? So it's all about, you know, the feast or famine idea with, you know, ideas. So, yeah, it's fascinating to think that they themselves, these, you know, magnanimous, you know, very auteur creators, also think that they're not like their ideas aren't original. Someone else would come up on it, you know, because they're all pulling.
The other thing about this is this is you know very much, you know, part of the meta RPG is so much of our collective unconscious is now recorded, and this goes right to a very Philip K. Dick concept of our memories being remembered for us and our memories being artificial and being implanted into us.
Wholesale.
I mean, how much of our at the end of our lives, as opposed to the lives that were lived by countless generations before us, how many of our waking moments will have been programmed experiential moments, where our moments our consciousness will have literally been kind of pacified and will have been put into a literal recording state, and not only a recording state, but a recording state where we will put ourselves into. Oh, dude, how many times did you watch Tron? Yeah. Oh man, I've watched Tron like 25 times. I used to get baked all the time and watch Tron. Whoa, okay, what's that? And then that entity died. I mean, if there's and then what happens with that entity's collective, that contribution to the collective unconscious, and you know what I mean? And then, you know, what is that about? And not for nothing, is Tron actually that great, or is it the fact that when Tron came out, that was the best stuff that was better than the things that had come before? And it's like the Matrix. Like, is the Matrix like really that good, or is it just like kind of an okay philosophical, interesting kind of question around? And then there's that bullet time thing, which that kicked ass, right?
Right. Well, that was no one had ever done that before. But yeah,
Right.
It's like, because that was so phenomenal in the technical aspects, everyone thinks all of the aspects were phenomenal, when really it's a simple fucking kind of bullshit story, like a very archetypal story. And now
Right.
we have things like
Or
the
you-
red pill. Thank you.
Right, or you
Thank
talk,
you,
or you talk
everyone.
about, are we talking about these things like archetypes or like the hero's journey?
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing like being a communications major, taking that one class, learning about the hero's journey, and then going to see every movie ever again, and being like, this movie sucks, hero's journey. 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 Let's watch this anime show. Great. This anime sucks, hero's journey. This anime sucks, hero's journey. Dan Harmon comes around and be like, I've got 2 extra steps in my hero's journey. Like over here, there's a dip where like the friend fucks
I
him
saw
over, but then
that.
the friend realizes they fucked him
Yeah.
over and makes it up to him, and everyone's like, "That's it, okay,
Which is
cool."
just a
Because
repeat of
add
step
one
2
little
and
extra
3
step to make your
just later.
thing be
Yeah.
like a thing.
I saw that Dan Harmon breakdown.
Yeah, it's
and
like,
at first
and
I
what
was
it
like,
is that
"Oh,
it took
okay,
him
that's
like
interesting."
it took him
And then
5
you
shows
realize,
for it to
yeah.
be like you were exposed to enough Dan Harmon's version of the hero's journey to be like, it's comforting enough because I know exactly where it's going, but it's not exactly the hero's journey. It's a thing, it's a different thing. But unfortunately, his business partner in Rick and Morty, you know, sought to, well, eventually have his sins exposed. Right the day of 20 years to the day of that friggin' Simpsons thing with the detective. So there you go. But but just ignore me because I suck. That's the
Well, you
that's
know,
the
it's so
bottom line.
funny. Everyone
It doesn't
used to
get you
joke
anything.
about it was a running joke that like, holy shit, Simpsons portend a lot of shit. Like the Trump election, like it was kind of a wow, I can't believe they were ahead of it. And now you are dissecting it going, no, they fucking were.
But the fact
Don't
that
blame me. I
but
voted for Lisa Simpson.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's
I
the
can't
fact
think-
that we're getting coincidences like 20 that you can get that every single Simpsons thing that I've seen 20 years on, like that next day had been a major news event. Like this last one was CEO Doe, where you learn that, oh, for liability purposes, the canary is the titular head of the nuclear power plant. That day was the day that the CEO of Twitch stepped down, and through that there's an actual back channel where like it looks like there was some like weird thing going on where like it was like one of these like shell things, like they were like, wait, who is he? It's like it was like another thing, and it was like right on that thing, and it's like
What
right
do you
there.
see like the evolution of that processes going to? Is it something that you think that could be honed in to decipher, you know, things in real, like what is the next step?
Well, so unfortunately, what I think the problem is is that I had been taking notes on the 20-year nostalgia loop starting in the year 2000. And probably if I had not thrown my life away on drugs and alcohol, I would have ideally written a book about the 20-year nostalgia loop, probably come out with it around 2003. And it might have been the ideal time to have made the point, hey guys, it's just the friggin' 80s. By the time I actually started getting off my ass to tell people about this old idea that I had on my YouTube channel in 2018, I discovered a problem. I was telling people about the 20-year nostalgia loop, but the 20-year nostalgia loop had been going on for so long that we had gotten like this repeat over it, and it had been recycled over. So the 80s had kind of come back twice. So there were like feedback loops on top of each other. So it was hard for me to kind of pull things apart and kind of make sense for things. And so as we move forward into the future, I think the nostalgia loops they'll kind of be there, but they're going to be kind of impossible to use because no one has like kind of collective shared memories anymore. Because whereas Seinfeld used to air at a particular time at a particular here's a great example. I had this great professor, a great communications professor named Professor Chesler. And he used to say to us as a class, he used to say, back when television started, everybody watched the same thing. I Love Lucy was on at a certain time, Martin Burl was on a certain time, and everybody had to watch that. If you wanted to watch TV, you had the choice of 3 things at a certain hour. And so if you were a TV watcher, and everybody was just like today, you would option 1, 2, or 3, where you were Lucy, this person, or this person. What did you watch last night? And everybody could talk to somebody at the workplace, at school, at the church, at the bus stop, whether you were black or white, with a broken down tire on the bus, on the airplane, about what you had seen last night, or about some sort of collective experience. As we move forward through time, as people have become more and more isolated into their own media spaces, where everyone's plugged into their own streaming device and everyone's on their own computer and everyone can listen to every single album that has ever been recorded throughout all time.
Orchestrating their
and
own,
therefore,
yeah.
there's no interest in listening to any album from today. No one watches any contemporary movie. No one listens to any contemporary album like they used to from back in the day. They really don't. you can talk about like someone being the biggest rapper of today, but there's just not the same sort of cultural impact that there was back in the day. I mean, it's just different. And so I've gone back and forth and tried to be, positive about things. I don't know how it's going to work in the future, but it seems to be kind of getting weird. The latest thing seems to be we might be forced to do something because the certain things are just not working. Like the 80s don't seem to work anymore. Like I think that they've done the 80s to death.
Yeah.
You can't do checkerboard patterns with the pink flamingos and this. It's not going to do anymore. Like I still see, like I do streaming services, they're always trying to advertise like new bands to me, and they'll have some band doing a synth poppy thing, and I'm like, if you think that people in 2023 are going to do another round of the Human League, you're out of your mind.
So you're talking about general consumption.
It's 40-year-old music.
I just shot my music career in the foot.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful music, but come on, at this point, if you're playing synth pop, you're playing bluegrass.
Time to get a new drum machine.
I want that on a shirt.
I mean, really. I mean, if you're playing 40-year-old music, I mean,
trad goth. Have you heard this term?
Goth?
Yes, I have. Absolutely.
My daughter said this the other day. Trad goth, and I was like, "Wow, I don't know what that means." But then
it means if you don't listen to the Cocktail Twins religiously.
Oh no! Forget that Cocktail Twins reference.
Or 4AD
traditional goth.
Mercy on 10. That means you are either doing one of two Sisters of Mercy albums. You can either be doing Floodland, or you can be doing with that the Red album. I'm terrible. My memory is gone. You cannot blame me. My memory has left the building.
Yeah.
But it's Trad
Goth laughs at your birthday party shirt.
First, last, and always your Floodland. That's Trad Goth. Or you're attempting to do Bauhaus, but you gotta have a great lead singer. You better have.
It better be Tones on Tail too.
Lead singer.
What about Rosz Williams?
Yeah.
You better have someone with actual. But anyway, it's just so certain things I don't know if are going to work anymore. What are they going to have as an alternative? Because
isn't that funny? Okay, so like the linguistics too with it. It's funny how we're accentuating things as trad. Neo, like all these like prefixes of like showcasing something that isn't necessarily traditional at all. It's just you're just delineating.
Used to be countercultural, yeah.
But you have to understand that this whole trad goth versus like new wave goth or new changes. This is like a debate or a thing. Like I remember like the new traditionalist kind of goth movement. I remember that like back in '98. I remember when people were like, we're not using the drum machine, or like, none of this Cocktail Twins ethereal stuff. We're going back. We're a traditional death rock band. None of this gothabilly stuff. All that stuff. But even that is like, 20 years old now. Yeah. I mean, it's just really incredibly, ancient history.
In the future, are we all just fucking band camp genres?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Sound clowns.
Yeah.
But who? I don't know what the future holds. I really don't know. But we might be making it ourselves. But here's the thing: is that doing this meta RPG, we might be figuring it out, because what it really is we might be, if we make it. This whole thing is we're practicing making the dream come true. We're practicing if you're in control of your virtual reality world, where you can control this space, and you can control what's in the space and what happens in the space and what occurs in the space. And, you are the master, mistress, god of your domain. What is occurring in your domain, right? We've seen people play The Sims, and we know that there are certain people who, left to their own devices, let their Sims get in the swimming pool and then delight in taking out the stairs that allow the Sim to get out of the pool, so they can watch, not in fast time, in glorious real time, as that Sim goes from corner to corner, desperately searching for a way to get out, and then inevitably dies. So this is what people like, and then some people hate that, and we'll go to crazy ends to make sure that their Tamagotchi is fed. And that their Tamagotchi, I know people that their Tamagotchi has been alive since 1998. They're gonna let that guy die. It's on the original batteries. They've got something like, hook it up now, switch it out now. You know what I mean? Like, it's something, it's crazy. But so when we do this stuff, what spells are you making and what spells are you keeping and what things are you watching? But it's just a metaphor. Because whether you're playing meta RPG or whether you're just watching these movies, whether you're just watching movies on your own, whether you're just reading books and watching books and reading books about a cult or whatever on your own, you're still weaving magic. You're still thinking thoughts. You're still choosing to a degree, what you are experiencing next, to the degree that, you have those choices and are not, have to go to work that day or have to do this that day. And what choices are you making?
I will say this, like, audiomancy too is like tactile in that way. We can come up with like different facets about the quote unquote talismans that we're using, and what all of those intentions like mean, but it just gets fractal in a sense of what is intended. And I know Stevie Rae has been working a lot within audiomancy, quite a bit. Right. So what have you been brewing with your little jazz master out there
Absolutely. Been loving the streams.
Aberdeen?
Well, before I got my beautiful guitar, I used to use that Chaos later thing. And Bobby, who has been guiding me in the ways of magic, said, use your guitar as an altar. And I had no idea what he meant. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, put it on a table and put candles on it and crystals? And he was like, no, just use it as because, we have this idea of creativity is kind of magic, and magic is used to enhance our creativity. So it was only the other day, after spending many hours, I got an acoustic guitar as well, which is much harder to play. My fingers hurt, they bleed, I cry. But that is a sacrifice to Babylon in many ways, as all my work is now consecrated to Babylon. So, that is my only form of magic at the moment. I do no regular rituals. If I'm lucky, I do 2 or 3 rituals a year when I really need something or I really just want to reconnect. But I think the longer you're in magic, the less you need to do these constant rituals and sigils, and because you're already in alignment in many ways with your magical self.
Yeah, do you think there's overkill? Like you're over communicating?
Yeah. I mean, I think you need to, like, when I first started doing magic, it was like every day I was doing lesser, banishing, hexagram rituals. But I really feel like there's not so much need for it now. And of course, being a modern human being, I have to work, I have to maintain relationships. So who has time to spend, like, God knows how much time pouncing about in robes and lighting incense and all that, Magic is a state of mind, I think.
Yeah, I mean, especially, and you've been wielding the guitar, like, I know it's been kind of a primary kind of source for you, which, I share with you. Like, how has that been? Do you feel looser? Do you feel able to tap into it quicker using these kind of like anarchic tools, like an electric guitar or
yeah, absolutely. I mean, a guitar is a magical instrument.
Yeah.
The fretboard is a kind of Enochian, Kabbalistic way of, what is more magical than plucking a string, creating vibrations, which then create this beautiful sound? It's a very, musicians are naturally magicians, painters, poets. They're all tapping into that Yetzirah formative world kind of stuff, you know. I've always been into the idea of inspiration, and you know, my favorite quote is, poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world, which I like to say magicians are the unacknowledged legislators of the future. Because, you know, would we have a mobile phone if Star Trek didn't have their little modulator things? You know, science fiction writes the future, it really does. Artists are always first on the scene.
Well, you know what's funny is that in all these sci-fi writers, I never thought that we'd have a supercomputer in our pocket, and we don't need flying cars.
That's funny you mentioned that, because whenever Stevie mentioned the thing about the future, it made me remember, like, okay, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Pokemon, and there was an AT&T commercial from the 90s where people are like using tablets and cell phones and shit. This is back whenever cell phones were like the big brick looking thing with an antenna 2 feet long. Like, they were using all this stuff that, like, we have today. You know, there were no tablets in 1995, or at least none that we had access to in the general public. So yeah, no, for sure. We have the video phone that the main character in 2001 uses to call his daughter on in our pocket. We're using it right now. I'm talking to you.
Absolutely. Shamans are the ones that draw down these ideas from the formative world, whatever you want to call it, and anchor things in reality by taking artifacts back and showing to the rest of the tribe through writing and, well, mainly writing, I would say, science fiction, especially.
Yeah. You sent me this, speaking of audiomancy and what you've been doing. We've got a great video from you. I want to share it. Do you want to talk a little bit about it before we play it, or should I play it and we'll get to it?
Okay.
Because I will say,
you know, I work a lot and I get home exhausted and fall asleep a lot of the time. So I was really under time pressure. So I had my friend Justin, who's a very great guitarist, around the other night. We had a few beers, recorded a few tracks, but I just couldn't. I couldn't make it all. You know, I had all these clever ideas about using my chaos later to put down a kind of dislocated drum beat in it, but in the end, I didn't really think that was good enough. So I had this silly little song that I'd sent my new love, Claire. Hi, Claire, if you're watching. I'd sent her a little song that is a you know, a cute little thing, and that's what I ended up using. Guitar, harmonica, and voice. Not very futuristic at all.
well, I love it. I'm going to play that now, but I will say, Stevie and I do have a music project. I'm the same. I've been working 60-hour weeks. It's been hard to kind of construct things and get going, but we do have a project called Dream Boys of the New Apocalypse, and I'll play something from that later. But first, let's hear where Stevie's at as a fellow mage and caster of the Audiomantis. Right? Is that how you say it? I don't know.
Yeah, I'd say
Audiomantis? Audiomanticist?
Audiomanticist?
Oh, wait, I have it right here. Why isn't it? All right, give me 1 second. Share screen.
It's a silly little ditty. It has no meaning beyond.
Good morning, Claire. Hope you had a good sleep and you are well. And I like you and you love me. You are beautiful. Good morning, Claire. Hope you had a good sleep and you are well. And I like you. You're beautiful. I love you. Good morning, Claire. So glad I met you. You are beautiful, and I like you. I miss you. Won't you come home?
All right, all right. Good morning, Claire. I love it.
Really like
there's so much
Bravo.
like there's currents of like the Brit pop currents
Yeah.
flowing through you, but also I see the Genesis Peorage, coming
Yeah, I
through.
was thinking somewhere between Genesis, Peorage, and like early Rolling Stones for some reason.
Well, here's the deal.
He's
Jen
kind of early
Peorage
Rolling Stones.
said,
That's
Genesis Peorage
Brian Jones is a central
famously
inspiration
said
for Genesis Peorage.
that the Brian Jonestown Massacre and the Dandy Warhols were their favorite group and
Yeah.
the only ones changing. So there you
Yeah.
go. Signed off
Thank
with
you
it.
very much. The guitar, I don't know, the mix was all wrong. The guitar should have been a bit louder. The harp should have been a bit quieter.
But you know what, though, Stevie, honestly, like
I loved it. I loved
even
it.
with
it was beautiful.
Even with like the mixing problems, like it sounds fucking phenomenal. Like I can hear your voice and you're like, you sound amazing, dude.
Thank you very
that's very
much.
true. Was that Audacity too? Were you?
Yeah, that was Audacity, which I have no idea.
great.
The problems I had even getting Audacity from my laptop onto my phone so I could make one of those crappy app video things took me about 2 hours to figure it out. So, it's a struggle. But
Well,
that's magic. Magic shouldn't be easy.
And then next time you do it, you'll know you'll have like one step of it, down. The next time you'll do it 2 times easier.
Absolutely. Wait till HAUNTQUINOX 24.
That's
it.
Well, we'll have our music project out in a month or so. I'm done making deadlines or saying when things are coming out because this career trajectory I'm on is killing me. with ours. So I'm just like, you know what? It's coming out when it's
Knowing it's
coming
half
out.
the battle, at least you've identified the problem. The problem is,
Yeah,
the
no,
is
it's
your
definitely the
treasury.
problem. But I did
Well, the
queue
sun
up
is your spiritual
from last
treasury.
year. One of the songs that's going to be on there is from the video sigil. Stevie, do you mind if I play that for everybody
Oh
here?
no, please do, please do.
Sweet. So this is from Dream Boys of the New Apocalypse, which is me and Stevie, and it's was premiered at the video sigil from the audio sigil. I know it sounds like a dork saying that, but last year, a year ago today.
Great synchronicity to his will.
Dream boy of the new apocalypse. Hail unto Isis, goddess of 1,000 names. As you stand before me, holding forth a foaming cup of wine, you are my grace and my conscience. I, O Pan, wild old friend, your ancient pipes led me to the hidden gate of Malkuth. Wine and strange drugs. I crept into the temple of the Virgin and stole a glimpse of what lies behind her veil. I beheld terror, madness, and wild exhilaration. Nothing is gained by nothing. Tied to the rack of addiction, I perfected ways of escape and soared untrammeled through the diamond sky, screeching with joy as I dive bomb like a Stuka. The dream boy of the new apocalypse, coming in foaming white arcs, tumbling through time, the terrible centuries. From Azaluth, I see visions of the coming gods. I see time set below me as a vast rushing river. It does not end. It joins the great stormy sea, where dwell creatures for whom I have no name.
All right, yeah. So that
Dig
is
it.
one
I
of the
like it. I
songs-
like it a lot.
one of the songs on our EP that is forthcoming. But yeah, I love that Stevie's been killing it with recording with Audacity and tracking and stuff. It's gonna make this from Seattle to Aberdeen, Scotland, band work a lot smoother. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it wonderful that we can all do this, you know?
Right. But yeah,
This is
Dream
a
Boys of
magic.
the-
This is a scrying mirror or some kind of magic that we're all able to be here at the same time in wildly different locations for a common cause.
Yeah.
So, but
I don't know what that cause is, but I agree. No, I'm just joking.
But just remember this is that there's this science fiction epic called Dune. And at the end of the classic cycle of Dune, the God Emperor, having done all that he can for humanity, his final gift is he basically destroys that which connects all of humanity to each other, making them all be reliant upon themselves. When we're having this moment of glory and connection, I just always need to remind us that, you know, what I've known over the past since doing this beautiful YouTube experience is that I have so many beautiful, amazing connections with people that I, I feel so many things, but there's been so many times where I felt amazing connections to people online, and then 2 seconds later, have been like, what did I think I was thinking with, or whatever. But also, people online, if the computers turn off, these people that we have this amazing gnosis and connection to will be able to do jack shit for us when it comes to surviving, getting water, potable water, helping our neighbors, and whatever. So we make sure that we maintain our connections, our real world connections, and just enjoy it. Or maybe it's just like, hey, if it gets that way, then we're just all doomed anyway. But
yeah,
not to
the
step on
Tower
anyone's
of
toes,
Babel
but
comes to mind.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the caution tape, CW. Thanks for the downer.
Anyway, so it's
I'm
like,
just
listen,
joking.
temperance. It's like, you got the salt of the sweet. You know what I mean? You don't have alchemy without the other ingredients. You know what I
No,
mean?
it's for sure. I mean, and like We the Hallowed, it's been this kind of thoroughfare for a lot of us for a while now. And yeah, it's pretty remarkable that it is a spider web, to all of these different, corners of the earth. But I always imagined it as just kind of the first touchstone. I would hate it if it just ends up being these, long distance kind of relationships. It should kind of tarry, whether if it's not just artistically or whatever, but it should be more interconnected than what we have to do.
Right.
Could I just say something that I always mean to mention on live streams, but I don't think I've ever got round to it. I would have never had a channel if it wasn't for CW Chanter. I started watching him when you were still doing your white tie thing, trying to be kind of normal. But I just kind of fell in love with the situationist kind of. I saw it as like situationist art. You just put yourself down in front of a camera and stream of consciousness, and then I met Sam. Through Sam, I met Keats, Bobby Hale. What a fantastic thing it's been for me to get involved with YouTube. So thank you guys. Sam, been with me from the very start. Keats.
Stevie,
Love you guys.
let us not forget that HAUNTQUINOX was birthed from Saturday Sideshow, which was us talking your idea of going, hey, we should have a sort of like stream Woodstock in like the throes of
COVID.
the COVID shit. And this is the third one we've done, technically.
Yep.
So yeah, that's all from you, brother. Thank you.
And on to that, because that actually kind of can be a contrary point to what I just said, is that though these things may not have certain aspects of quote unquote flesh and blood real world relationships, these are really experiential things. These are moments. We do impact each other's lives. I always tell people that. There are people that will sometimes contact me and be like, oh, it's the internet or whatever. And I'm like, no, you
Right.
did X, Y,
No, I
and
feel
Z
this.
to
Yeah.
me. I don't give a fuck if it was in text or it was just words. It happened. You did that. It's not just the internet. You know what I mean? That occurred. Or if I did it, it's the hands are not washed clean because it happened in ones and zeros, and I didn't do it to your face or over a telephone line. These things matter. These are real world experiences. Sarah did tune in one day, and for whatever reason, the YouTube algorithm said, "Thou shalt see CW Chanter," because you don't accidentally see somebody like me for the first time. Remember that, folks. Every time you see some of these people, remember, you probably won't remember, but there's usually a first time that you got kicked on to some of these quote unquote rabbit holes.
Yeah.
But then always remember to keep on searching. Don't let the algorithm do your thinking for you.
Reemsy, if you're watching this is all your fault. You're the reason I'm here.
I do want to say though, I can't believe we're 3 hours and 45 minutes into this thing, and it's a lot of it's because I was hoping that he could join, but a big partner in crime for all of this has been Eric Millar. Not only has he basically designed two-dimensionally, like what We the Hollowed looks like and is, and these sort of things. This is all Eric and my kind of somebody drink. I'm about to say tether. But it's like it's that, like, he has been just an invaluable fucking beautiful resource and an incredible artistic mind. And he actually, I was hoping that he could join, but he's a father too, and we're all dealing with these kind of somatic responsibilities. But he did send in some videos, and I have to say, We the Hollowed it would just be a fucking pipe dream for me. And it literally was, until it was, made real with kind of the, Eric's touches and whatnot. So none of this really would have happened. I wouldn't feel so, excited to connect to other people if I didn't have that initial kind of connection with fellow artist and creator Eric Millar. And yeah, so I just wanted to take this time. I think I've gotten word that he's not going to be able to join as it is. Hopefully he pops in, but there would be no We the Hollowed without Eric Millar. I just want to get that.
Absolutely. He sets the visual tone, really.
No, he is the visual representation of all of this. And he always finds a way to kind of spark it in all of us connectively, which I would always just be a weirdo off in the corner, in the dark, going, why don't people understand? But he's got a way about him and his art that like connects everybody too. So I do want to play. I think what I'll do,
I gotta get, before you do that, I just want to make sure I don't step on that. I gotta get out of here. So I just want to say, Keats, thank you so much for hosting this. Thank you so much for having me. Everyone who I got a chance to connect with here, everyone I got a chance to see again, everyone who I got a chance to meet for the first time. One love, much love. You guys, gals, everyone is awesome. And I was so happy to be here and so happy to participate and bring something, hopefully something to the proceedings.
It's been an honor to have you, CW, and I still watch all your shows. I just rarely make a live nowadays. So God bless you, sir. And your 20-year time loop is genius.
The funny thing is that how many of my videos just end up becoming conventions and complaints against the people that don't watch, that end up having to just be endured by the people that do watch. You mother, you stopped watching me over here, and I told you to resubscribe over there, and and people are just there going, but the only people are hearing you are the people that actually did resubscribe. The other people are not even listening to you, you jerk. You make a video about Corey Good and then tell them, you watch this video about Corey Good, it's just a trick to tell you didn't subscribe to the
I wish
other
we
things.
didn't say that name on this stream. Do not spoil our good nature bringing that name into this house, sir.
I ruin everything. That's why they call me the ruiner. Did you know that? They call me the ruiner because I ruin everything. I
thought it was another guy. But anyway,
I don't think that's UCW. I think that was someone else.
No, that was me. I was playing both parts. It was the brilliance of my editing. I did it in my class today. It's basically the poor man's
wasn't his name Wayne
Adobe.
Or Dane?
But instead of Nicholas
maybe
Cage.
It was Jane. I can't remember.
It was CW Chanter all along. You're confusing it with the other guy.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well,
listen.
We appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for joining. And it was good to I'm glad that we could facilitate something with Bobby, and it just all kind of connected as it did. Bobby Hale. Oh my God, get out of here.
What? I'm kidding.
Bob Raw and Anna.
What the hell's going on?
You son of a bitch.
I know, seriously. I know you talk about
big love, CW.
Love you, CW.
I'm not.
Jeez. Wait, you're not now? All right.
What?
Well,
no, I'm gonna wait. I have to do this. I have to leave. Oh, you want me to leave the studio?
No, I can remove you.
All right,
I
everybody give a
demand to be
big
kicked
wave.
off the
Hey,
show.
if you like,
No,
you
just
and
kick
We
me off
love
the
you,
show so I
CW.
can.
See ya. Bye. All right, man. That was fun. We love CW. He's so back. Sorry, if I didn't do it, it wasn't going to happen, CW. I hope you know that.
It's going to be really funny if he does a stream tomorrow and pulls the Three of Swords.
Oh, goodness. All right, but I do want to play something from Eric, who, I can't say enough, who means so much. So he's got two different things. I think I'll start with kind of the lighter one. And yeah, hopefully he'll show up in the chat if he's able. Again, everybody has got their own somatic responsibilities and needs, and I'm just so happy that people submitted, let alone are able to join and whatnot. So thank you all. And here's Eric Millar, Thought Infestation.
Awesome.
Shalom, shalom. We are back. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that was submitted for the mixtape. I think the music was for the Green Mushroom Project and We the Hollowed mixtape thing that we were talking about in the very beginning of this stream, which if I was a better man and host, I would have, ponied on that. But you can't win them all. What can I say? Anyways, it was really cool. I love that. You know me, I love the like excuse me, the like 50s 3D blue and pink on top of, silent film. It's just like those little, it doesn't have to be extreme in the opposites, but it's just that tinge in the middle that's like you're still proto present and proto in the past, It's pretty fun. Anyways, Eric Millar kicks ass.
Love Eric Millar's artwork, and I love his
Yeah.
oracles, and everybody should get Bottomless Bag, and everybody should get Disruption Generator, and just everything he does is great.
Yeah, so I do want to we'll do that. I mean, if it wasn't for him, so wethehollow.org was started, maybe a couple years before I met Eric, and it looked like shit. It was a terrible travesty, and I'm surprised anyone fucking subscribed to it. And then Eric came around and made all the wonderful art that we see. And where it sits now, sorry, I have something in my throat. Terrible. But where it sits now is this really cool. He designed this logo. It's from the Haunt manual kind of workings of the tetherless triangle. This is my buddy Logan Ford, who's done the animations you see throughout my stuff. But please go subscribe. You get all of the updates and other things with our website. Here we have Eric's operator's code, the Prag Magic podcast, of course, Secret Antenna, Michelle Embry, and Callie Tinsel. They're wonderful works. So we're always updating this. We're a little bit above collar, but Eric Millar's work, Otto, he just comes out with these things. It just like pours out of him. And he's like, "What should I do with it?" I was like, "You should put it everywhere. This is amazing. Like, this is incredible." But yeah, he's probably the most creative person I know, in the sense that he's got he has no like cinder with creative burn. It's just like always fucking burning. That's probably what cinder means, but I was trying there. But yeah, he's always turning stuff out, and it's always the most beautiful stuff. And with that, I'd like to play his other video that he presented. And I think it's funny, and I'm going to give a little bit of backstory. I know he's not here to talk about it, but we talk every day. We're sharing, updates on stuff that we're writing or, creating. Like, hey, can you proofread this? Or hey, what does that look like? And he wrote this kind of manifesto, and I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't know if it's public. But the manifesto is very, it's so similar to where my life is now with my work and becoming a union steward and working with a union and, fist pumping the air against corporations and whatnot. And when he wrote this, it was before all of that. And so I read it, and I agreed with everything he was saying, but it was very much in this voice of kind of damn the man, but in his more articulate and metaphorical phraseology. But recently, because I've been almost worked to the bone with my current profession and then becoming a union steward, this has bubbled up to me in ways where I'm rereading it, and it's not I'm rereading drafts, getting pumped up about it because it's not widely released yet, and I don't know what he wants to do with it. But this video is kind of part and parcel to that culture of like anger that I think a lot of us blue collar types and people trying to make our way in this fucked up American system are doing right now. And so
And the UK system, if you don't mind me chipping in.
Oh yeah, what about you guys have a better system? Thanks for rubbing it in. Thanks.
No, we don't. It's all going to shit. It's dreadful. We're following the American model, and everything is predictably going to shit.
Yes. Yeah, I imagine. I do want to preface also that I'm prefacing too much. Take whatever you will out of this video. This is just how I connected to it. And, it haunts. I'll just say that. and it's called No Starbucks.
Ours is a legacy of dissipated ferromagnetic material and bricks of glass and obsolescence. Our labors of culture will be forever locked away from the future through a procession of storage mediums that devour and decimate previous iterations on the way to an inevitable fission. What does the future inherit from us as we pass on from this cycle? Kaleidoscopic islands of plastic left adrift at sea, styrofoam clamshells decorated with enigmatic corporate hieroglyphs, whose pearl of the past was nothing more than grease and garbage. The kings and lords of our time have written their history in the whirlwind and will be forgotten. Even our buildings, our parking lots, our homes will eventually be rejected by the world and shed like scabs, leaving only scars of construction untested for entropy. We leave no caves filled with riches for future archaeologists to discover, no wall paintings to set imaginations to wonder what came before. In 1,000 years this era will be entirely forgotten, relegated to our archives of temporality. Even if our planet is to survive, our legacy will not. There will be no Starbucks on Mars, no department stores, no sprawl. Our temples of consumerism will die along with our prolonged residency on this earth and leave the impression of a mistake best left unrepeated in the fossil record. All these things are mere sandcastles on the shores of entropy, and high tide is inevitable. Our only chance to evade blowing away with the scattering ashes of this combustible civilization would be to find a new start on an unscorched alien hill, but we will never reach escape velocity no matter how much is spent in the trying. Money might make it into orbit, but it will never get us to the stars. We aren't meant to leave this place, this mess, this living catacomb. We live in truly ahistorical times. We are not creating for tomorrow because tomorrow is a fiction we don't know how to write anymore. Instead, we focus on a spasmodic present in microcosm, allowing culture and art and the landscape of reality to shuffle and shift in the moments before being forgotten, leaving past landmarks unmapped as if they were nothing more than a passing dream or an unswatted fly. A poem, a song, a story, a piece of brilliant art is a muttered whisper drowned out by this miasmic flow state. Those are the spent and fleeting breaths of an artist, invisible and unnoticed but of absolute importance to those who draw them. May we mourn memory, legacy, and the long arm of history, but we cannot stop breathing, no matter how much we choke and suffocate in the heavy winds of time's velocity. We must breathe even in the vacuum of space, into orbit and beyond. We must forget the aspirations of cultural panspermia and just breathe. Just breathe and be alive, here and now. Breathe.
Yeah, so damn
was
the man,
fantastic.
save the empire. Wait, that's wrong. No.
That
Right?
was fantastic, though. I
Yeah.
loved it.
It's harrowing.
Terrifying and depressing, but
Yeah, terrifying and depressing, but solid film.
It's
Sometimes
harrowing.
that's what defines a solid film. I mean,
But I love that he's got Eric has this outlet of anger, because a lot of his stuff is very, I don't want to say whimsical, because it does have an edge to it, but there is something very much like fettered by this somatic trash heap that we're all dealing with. And it's cool to see him kind of, you know, work his rage out in that sense artistically. So it's definitely different than anything he's known to do, you know, whether it's Oracle books or, you know, stuff with We the Hollowed, or, you know, No Gods But My Own, which is fantastic. Everyone should subscribe to that. I'm gonna find it to put it in the chat. There
No
it is.
Gods But My Own is a wonderful newsletter filled with artwork, filled with wonderful insights, and yeah, anybody watching this, definitely go subscribe to it. It's worth your time for sure.
I'm putting that here now. So it's in the chat. Subscribe to it. Obviously subscribe to Haunt Manual, but we have crossed the 4-hour threshold, and I still have some of my stuff to play. But at the same time, I want to, you know, invite anybody that this is kind of a free-for-all to showcase and share whatever you've got working on. Sam, Stevie, don't let me hold you back. If you have some more fun stuff to show, let's do it. But, you know, this is, I said it wouldn't be as long as last year, and it's absolutely going to be as long, if not longer. So
Well,
here we are.
I'm enjoying it, so I'm not in a hurry to go anywhere.
Well, good. So I will play this because I did play the intro to the Haunt Manual earlier, but this ties into, you know, what Listening Post Alpha from Bobby Hale and Leah, who was in the chat. Leah, Stevie, yeah.
Either or.
Yeah,
Leah.
okay. Leah. All right. And what CW was talking about, and this kind of weird triumvirate that we're all working in an aspect of kind of hauntological means, but different. Leah. Thank you, Leah. I appreciate that. She corrected me. Leah. Got it. But so we've been all working in, as you know, as I was saying, in kind of different aspects of a whole. And this is the second chapter of the Haunt Manual, which you can read on hauntmanual.com. But I also made an audio chapter of it. And with every Haunt Manual episode, every month I do a dim session, which is an audiomantic working, utilizing different tools or talisman concerning whatever I'm trying to communicate with. So the first one was based around 2017 and was based around what I had remembered was a great year. It's the year I met Mary, or that we started dating, and that's the year, like, it's a big magical birth. It was just a great year, you know. So I thought, so my nascent attempt at these hauntological workings within Haunt Manual was based on a year, and that was 2017. So this is what this is. Boom, 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 boom.
And now, some more deserter hymns from Dakota Slim as he dances across the bardo. I welcome you to the first of the many dim sessions casted in 2023. This time, of the Spectre working, written about in full at hauntmanual.com. Be sure to subscribe to the Substack. Haunt on.
"2017, the year of my public magical birth. The year that burned brightly through hip shooting and bandit-like expression, experimentation, and abandon. 5 years ago, this meditation helped me realize the specter of self I have since forgotten. Though it forever reverberated brightly in the prism of self, I had not given it reverence. I must create a seance of the self of then, and commune with the ghost of what had been. I must practice a necromancy of self, and help incur the motivations and wonderment that has set me on this very path. And this is how I am doing it, and it hurts. Memory is a defense mechanism, burned and birthed by the ramshackle need to absolve guilt, remorse, regret. It is a creative fiction at times, one that paints the pareidolia of making meaning out of past patterns and actions. That said, it is not always negative. The negativity comes with the broad erasure of responsibility, of mistakes. Not unlike an algorithmic AI, it tends to snuff out human error. And the human error element is usually what spurns a self into the path we ride. "2017 sine wave serpents, the ones molded and knobbed by the memory synthesizer, are forever mutable. Instead of reopening the synth patches of what I constitute as the objective of that year, it is necessary to regale the clipping, shorting, and blinding feedback that accrued to such an epilogue. I have painted quite the narrative. Though true in its documentation, it is also untrue in its absence of follies. Yes, this was the year I fell in love with my partner, acquired my Hecate's companion and Zaro, my dog, created the Pragmagic podcast, fervently ordained salons of our collective We the Hallowed, and began work on a mighty hypersigil, Cactus Crown, as Dakota Slim. All valiant beginnings worth celebrating, but in my meditations I have also recalled the numerous street fights with my partner's ex, the reckless alcohol and medication abandon, the loss of relationships of multiple friends and collaborators, and the beginning of the end of my home and metaphysical dimming room I had fought so fervently to reside in for many years prior. These are the missives worth tithing, as without the warring extremes, without meditation upon the misgivings, my ghost is a fiction. So how am I to commune with an echo? How do I strengthen the tether, the pathways back to a barking specter? Meditation was always a primer, a boot up into further investigation for me. The communion and deep dive concerning this self-spelunking is illustrated by the practitioner themselves. Writing, albeit somewhat conventionally linear, is a pathway towards such introspection. But for me, I have found a somewhat multifaceted approach in dimming the contraction to the other, dimming the zim-zoom. The language I speak, far from the confines of simple gestures, is one that envelops all fiddly digits, both physically and ghostly. Yeah, some more
I think we
So
lost
serious.
Stevie.
Yeah, I'm talking to him in the chat.
No worries.
Where
No pressure.
I said tether in my written stuff, so everyone had to drink. So and communion. Oh Jesus, tether and communion, my two favorite words.
Written by Whitley Strieber.
Yeah, oh goodness. I used to listen to that. My father had that cassette tape in his little Nissan. If we weren't listening to Art Bell, we were listening to Christopher Walken read Communion by Whitley
Oh,
Strieber.
wait, the audiobook was by Christopher Walken? That is so cool.
Yeah.
That's
That was the one that
perfect.
was in there. It used to earnestly scare the shit out of me.
Oh, yeah, it's a frightening book.
Yeah.
It doesn't paint a very happy-go-lucky image of ultra-terrestrials, for sure.
Well, and I don't even think ultra terrestrial is in his nomenclature.
No, that's a John Keel thing, but
Yeah, which is too bad, and I mean, we don't have to get into it, but ufology is a fucking joke these days.
You know what? You know what the good thing is, though? We don't have to subscribe to all of the nuts and bolts literalism. We can put our own unique flavor of ufology in our same little category of occultism, where maybe nothing has to be too literalist or dogmatic. Or earlier when we had that whole conversation about the timelines and belief, I kept thinking of the Tao Te Ching, because there's that famous quote, "The Tao is not the all Tao, the name is not the thing named." So we might have any avenue, whether it's time travel, UFOlogy, or magic. Don't mistake the forest for the trees, because while yes, this could be correct for one person, it doesn't mean it's an absolute truth for everybody.
Absolutely. But also it's big for me for language. Like language is really like a servitor in and of itself. When people charge certain things, ultra terrestrial, immediately John Keel comes up, but also this understanding that it is outside the confines of the nomenclature of what popular ufology considers extraterrestrials. You know what I mean?
For
There's
sure.
all of these facets that come with even just the word usage. And Bobby Hale and Leah, their work and writing on ultra terrestrials and what they're communing with, listening post alpha, I was like, I've finally kind of shut off what I was attempting to commune with. Everybody drink. Which was ufology as a whole, and realizing that the only true ufology or extraterrestrial type conversations are held by occultists, funny enough, and not by all of the others, I'll just say.
I totally agree.
But yeah, it's
What's
an
that,
interesting
Stevie?
situation. Yeah. Stevie
Uh,
Boy.
Yeah. I dropped a link for a little bit. Has anyone heard of Shani for Christ?
Oh no. I mean, I have, but let us not stain this beautiful celebration that
Yeah. Well, I kind of like what I did with one of her demented speeches. So I've kind of intercut it with guitar and stuff. So if you're suffering from a lack of material, play that.
No, I'd love to play it now that I know it's something that you've done and it's not just bagging on somebody.
Oh no, I think it it's quite
Shannon
powerful.
Yeah, I that's another it's funny. That actually is very similar to the lol cow and the ufology circuits. They all seem to kind of reverberate in their own Venn diagram of you have people making a name of themselves going completely against, and you have people making a name for themselves, completely supporting. but there's rarely any in between. It's like you don't see someone like Corey Gooden go, no, I don't get him, but it's, I appreciate what he's doing. Either or.
Pretty good anymore. I mean, has he just stopped?
I don't agree with what he's talking about, but I really like where he's going with this, and doesn't happen like that. Can you send me that link in the private chat?
I'm not sure. What is the private chat?
Oh, on StreamYard. It's okay. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's in the other chat, the big chat. You know how how difficult I find everyday computer tasks.
Yeah. I'm sure I can find it on your page, right?
Yeah.
I think I've seen it.
Yeah, I think it's called Shani Avenue. Oh, An American Prayer. Shani, An American Prayer.
Got it. Okay.
I am addicted.
Yeah, I think when
to
it, I got it.
Little cows, because they're real people, and it gets, I used to think, oh, it's bullying and stuff, but I don't know, man. It's got me hooked.
It's not fucking funny to me. Like, these people obviously are, in places.
It's really
I don't know, and I don't want to judge even by me saying that they're in hardships. It's like they might not think that. I just feel like that. Yeah, it's everyone's. It's weird. It's like to have your entire, career be about being about saying how someone's a charlatan. I was like, only in this age could someone have their entire creative outlet be against somebody else's creative outlet. It's very interesting to me,
It kind of goes hand in hand with reaction videos. I think we have a culture where people are they're reacting to situations rather than giving any kind of individualistic input.
Absolutely.
So, I say
like
something,
politics in a
people
nutshell
react
now.
to it instead of like this person says something, this person says something.
You're absolutely right.
The school playground writ large, really.
Yeah.
But it's just funny. I don't know. I'm sure both of you have this, and this is the reason why I love you both, is that there's a part of you when you're about to admonish something, you look in first and go, what the fuck do I know? Like, how could I can't be absolutist about this. I don't believe in absolutes. So maybe I'm, I mean, there's obvious things where, you stand your ground, but when it comes to that stuff, it's like, good for them. That's the American dream. They can fucking do whatever the fuck they want and film it and make money. And good for you. You're making money shitting on them, I guess. Welcome to America.
Equal opportunity. Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Equal opportunity.
Who is without guilt cast the first stone, and there's a lot of stones flying, man.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just an energy thing. Like, I got so much negativity emanating from my fucking cerebral cortex that I don't need to fucking put it on other people, or
Yeah, like I'm pretty much cool with whatever like somebody chooses to do, as long as they're not like hurting innocent people. I think, and if they're like too squirrely for me, or there's just a like an ideological disconnect, then I don't have to deal with that person. Especially if they're on the internet, I can just click.
But you know what? I think CW was saying that earlier, and I think we all agree, was when people say, "Oh, it's just the internet." No, it's not. It does bridge into real life. It does.
There are like very real like emotions and thoughts that bleed over into the somatic, as you've said many times, for sure. And I agree. I think it's more like, not so much in the case of like personal altercations you get into online, but more like I go on YouTube, I see this weird person, Shanny for Christ. Well, I don't have to entertain 2 hours of my life watching this person. You know, I have the option to go watch Keats Ross or to go watch cartoons or whatever I want to do.
Preach it, Sam. Get me
Keats
some
Ross,
subscribers.
everybody. Keats Ross.
Yeah. He doesn't like drama. You'll love his channel.
No drama, no entertainment, man.
Yeah. All right. So we've got an American prayer from Mr. Stevie Rae. Say it off the mage.
He's going to uphold me with his hand. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I have the Lord. You have nobody. You have Satan, and Satan will kick you to the curb when you're down. I have been young and now am old. Yet have I not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. He is ever merciful and lendeth, and his seed is blessed. Depart from evil, and do good, and dwell forevermore. For the Lord loveth judgment, he loveth judgment, and forsaketh not the saints, he does not forsake me, he never will. They are preserved forever. In fact, from the seed of the wicked shall be cut off. Your seed is going to be cut off. It is corrupt. The Bible that way too. He sees what you're doing. Yet he passed away, and lo, he was not, yea. I saw him, but he could not be found. Mark the perfect man. Behold the upright. The end of that man is peace. Thank God. Thank you, Jesus. But the transgressors shall be destroyed together. Cut off. And the Lord shall help them and deliver them. He shall deliver them from the wicked and save them who trust in him. Praise Jesus. Amen. Amen. Are you ready? Are you ready to meet the Lord? Was it worth it when you meet him? Everything you've done to me, is it going to be worth it for you? I don't think so. You're going to be on your knees. I'm sorry.
That was wild, Stevie.
That was actually quite beautiful.
It was.
Because think about how people regurgitate, like, obviously what she's saying can be picked apart to death, and the self-righteousness is so easy to lambast. But the mode, like the actual cordage and like the you know, the modes of the musicality you played with it, it made me more empathetic to like her, like, not, I don't know, just me not agreeing with her, but also going, you know, like, not casting aspersions, but just not agreeing. And it was very lovely. That was yeah. I know some people that should watch that video and change their entire game. But yeah, no, it was really, so what prompted you to do that was, because it is like the soundbite of her, you know, the righteousness, and you know, devil will kick you to the curb when he's done with you. Like, I love that stuff as far as just, you know, kind of archetypal stuff. So
Yeah, I'd stayed away from, Omniaris. I would watch occasionally, but it'd be like a guilty pleasure because I do feel like sometimes it's picking on mentally ill people and stuff. But Shani has a certain I don't know, she's not as vulnerable as many lol cows, which is a totally fascinating internet phenomenon on its own. You know, that someone can be selected and, you know, like, look at Chris Chan, the Chris Chan phenomenon. One person starts a channel and, you know, the hundreds and thousands of people are hanging on this Chris Chan story, and it could only have happened in the internet days. And because I had no internet when I grew up, it's a very new thing for me. I'm just fascinated in all its secondary effects, you know.
yeah, it's interesting just kind of being funneled or filtered through your reaction to it. And it was this very like beautiful chord structure and like kind of a spacey, it displaced her.
Exactly.
In a way, it like made her
it made
like
her
pomposity.
beautiful.
Yeah, it like lessened her pomposity. So you're not listening to it as another reactionary channel would do, where they're like, oh really, you know, the devil bump, you know, like you're just playing it through, and that's like far more powerful than, you know, folks hanging on every word, you know.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of the intention, to take something which on its own would be quite negative and you know, really irksome, but to treat it like it was like a holy text or a inspired speech or something.
I love that. Yeah, because honestly, oh man, that's a fucking great idea. Because we can lambast and, you know, jokingly, you know, sardonically read these texts that inspire millions or whatever by ourselves, but to actually like take it from someone that's really righteously believing in what they're saying and like lessening it with your own kind of, you know, musical kind of like it was very much of like a, it's all good, calm down, you
I
know.
want to use the video was from a rave I was at where there was just decadence and
Go
drugs
on.
and all
Go
that.
on.
So it's the you know, that nice
The
contrast,
juxtaposition.
kind of
Yeah.
dialectical. I hate to use that word because it comes across as pretentious, but it is. You know, it's like I imagine ancient pagan religion was pretty much like a rave. You know, everybody would get fucking wasted and stagger about, flashing lights, visual effects, and you know, holy text being. So yeah, that's my Elysian mystery right there.
I love it. Was this, will this be an annal of which you'll keep going down, or is
Well,
this like?
I think there's still work to be done there, yeah, for sure.
Mhm. Because you actually really did make it quite beautiful. It's not. I think a lot of people, when they think of like musically discussing something of that ilk, it's always this humorous, kind of silly, uh, even hip hop inspired, or the like, auto tune, like the musicality of the reaction to someone so reactionary is just very like placid and boring. So I haven't heard before, especially at this day and age. I'm sure some people do it, but to have it happening and you're just kind of zenned out doing your own kind of
Yeah.
musicality towards it, it
Yeah.
makes her listenable. It really does.
Yeah, it does. I
Yeah.
think that sounds great. Get in touch. Yeah, so, and that was before I could, I think I was better at guitar before I learned how to play chords and all that. Now I feel like I'm just going back into traditional like C, D, B,
Mhm.
when I just got the thing and I just switched it on and turned it up and just, that was my most joyous time with the guitar, really.
Yeah, I feel you. I still struggle with that. I've threatened to kind of relearn the guitar on multiple occasions because I'll use crazy tunings and then I'll find like the machinations or like finger placements where I just kind of go back to once understanding the tunage, and then
Yeah.
you're like, oh, I can play it. It's like, but the whole point of the weird tuning was not, to make it make sense that easily.
Absolutely. And I totally tried to avoid scales, blues scales. I really did want to be, because if you're going to create new music, you can't make it through the tired old tropes that have been used, again and again and again.
Yeah. I always thought though, I mean, maybe when I was younger and was really, gung ho about new music, the only frontier for me was the practicality of circuit bending or actually like hardwiring things and customizing things to make it completely like you could not get this sound again.
Yeah.
And then I just realized like how I talk to myself, or like the ghost in me that is the memory of music throughout my life. It does work in song structure. It's like the way to do that is to put stuff on top of and kind of fuck with the song structure, but not, and here I am going, but not fuck with it entirely. And that's what I've been doing recently. But
Well, I think like there's that rule, and I hate to paraphrase Crowley again for like the third time in a stream, but
Who?
you kind of have to know the rules before you can break them.
Yeah,
And I
or
do
you
think-
don't.
Well, I will be a little bit of a stick in the mud here. I do think like there is something like to be said for playing an acoustic guitar and learning chords and learning scales and all that stuff. And I understand like the trap of like once you find the formula of something, it's difficult to break out of that. Like with Stevie, you mentioned the blues scales. Like, yeah, that's something I still struggle a lot to break out of, because when I started to learn guitar, I learned a whole bunch of blues. So every time I played a lead solo, I was playing in a damn blues scale. And now I'm like trying to either just figure things out by ear or pick up little tricks from metal guitarists or whoever, and just trying to like find, something that's not the blues scale.
Yeah. I mean, with me,
come back to CW Chanter, no new music. That really struck a chord with me because it really is, a recycling. So at the moment, in the UK anyway, we're going through a massive late 80s, early 90s cycle where we have this station called Radio 6. which plays new music, experimental music, and all that. But you know, it's very hard for is this a new band? Is this a late 80s band? Is this an early 80s band? Is this a 90s band? No, it was released 2 weeks ago.
Oh wow.
Well, also you have, the Nuggets and the children of Nuggets and like Garage Band coming back 30 years later, that scene. And it's hard to like, differentiate, like Mysterion and Brian Jonestown Massacre. It like takes an ear of understanding like how it was recorded and kind of the sloppiness really that like that's my whole thing is I don't give a fuck what you do, but there should be a lot of human error in it because to me that's the greatest like instrument that we have.
It's like the drum beat is the heart, and perfection, like perfect loops and all that. It doesn't. That's why I really don't like electronic dance music or anything like that, because it's just sequenced and it's just there is no humanity there for me. When I listen to a blues guitarist or there's irregular beats, there's errors, that's what we've got to keep. And I think if we're to move forward with music, we've got to kind of move from say impressionism,
quantizing,
to abstract expressionism.
Yeah, and going back to there's an anchor in me, like what got me as a young kid playing guitar was, Skip James and Mississippi John Hurt and, Travis picking real like broken acoustic guitar on the porch shit. To me, that was like the biggest magic wand you could have, when I was younger. And I spent a long time trying to get away from that. But now I don't know, maybe it's age or just where I am where I really like high-fiving it while doing other things with it. You know what I mean? So there's like there's a congruency between them that I enjoy, but I totally get it. Like with these dim sessions, that's what I'm finding is that every time I do a dim session, no matter if I change all of the instruments, if I change, the complete objective, I find these motifs that I forgot to log, or they're like synapses that, when you're playing late at night and you're like, oh, that's a good song, I should write it down, and you forget to, like that shit pops up all the time and these things. And you could take the guitar away from me, like with Ectogasm, like that was all improvised, and still I'm like moving towards things no matter what the instrumentation is. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, to me that links back to the what I always harp on about, which is the Leary Wilson 8-circuit model of the brain. So these certain tricks that you've learned when you are just starting to learn to play are your first circuit fallbacks.
Yeah, and it's I think I spent a lot of my life running away from that, and now I kind of see it as the most weird is something that is relative to you but askew. That is fucking weird. It's not like a bombastic newness, right? It's something that feels like it should be something that you understand, but is crooked enough to freak you the fuck out. And I think, that's like how I intercept the idea of new. But again, to CW's no new music stuff, I don't really argue it. I mean, I could, but I don't. It doesn't matter to me. It's not so much about new for the annals of like music. It's about new to me, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
For sure.
There's only 6 strings on a guitar.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, you could be Sonic Youth and tune 5 of them F sharp, but you only got 24 chords on the fretboard, you know?
Well, I must admit, I saw a very inspirational interview with Thurston Moore on, I think it was Fender Play, or, Fender
Yeah.
let him. He loves Fender, and
I mean, they both do, him and Lee Ronaldo, yeah.
yeah.
And, hey, you got a jazz master, that's pretty much a Thurston
No,
Moore.
and I didn't even really understand that it was a jazz master. I just loved the look of it. It
Yeah.
went until I got it home, and I thought, oh fuck, this is where all my favorite rock stars use from.
It's
James,
perfect.
yeah,
Yeah,
massive
Jay
Kurt
Mascis, yeah.
Cobain, Thurston Moore, but
Yep.
Sonic Youth literally never learned to. I think the guy asked Thurston Moore, "So can you play any covers?" And he was like, "Well, I could just about manage Louie Louie."
Yeah.
I was thinking, yeah, that's probably the max I've heard from Sonic
Well,
Youth lately.
when this is hauntological too, is they were like everything to me when I was in high school. I loved Sonic Youth
I'm
so
wearing
much.
a t-shirt.
There's a
Daydream
book, yeah,
Nation.
Daydream Nation. There's a book called Confusion is Next, which is a play on their EP, Confusion is Sex. And I remember getting it in this like small record shop, which back then it was like we had Barnes and Nobles or like, hole in the wall kind of bookstores, or you had to like hunt them down and mail orders. This is before, Amazon and all that. I might be dating myself. But anyways, I was reading in this book and he was talking about how he had to learn guitar with a like anxiety because his brother would lock it up in his closet so that he didn't play with it. So he had a select number of minutes to sneak in and play the thing and then get out. And I always thought, like, how fucking magical is that like want and need for something, and you only get a short amount of time, so you better fucking make it work, And that's like his entire like guitar playing. I just need to do the simplest and like the most direct, and if that means not learning chords and tuning every string the same, like that's what it means, But yeah,
I
that
love
was I was sad to bear witness to that unraveling with him and Kim. Yeah, because that's a 20-year nostalgia loop right there. I saw them, the Breeders opened up for them at the Glass House, 2003. That was one of the many times I've seen them. And that was at a point in my life where for the first time I felt like I don't need to worry about things. Like I'm doing well in school and, there's like, I'm not paying rent or anything yet. And then like shortly after that summer was be a man quick, real quick. So that was, I think of the 20-year nostalgia loop, especially right now, 2023 to 2003. 2003 was the last and probably one of the only times I ever felt familial or like I had a normalcy,
Yeah.
So
I struggle to find normalcy, even though I've got
Oh,
a
yeah.
9-to-5 job. I still don't feel like I'm any kind of normal. But
Oh, yeah, I
sometimes
don't think we ever will. That's why I have to look at it in hindsight, because I'm sure even then it's super foreign to me. I was living with my father, who I hadn't lived with, in a weird place. At the time, it was all alien. But looking back, I'm going, oh, that's like normal kid stuff. Finally, yeah, for that 1 year, and then it's been 20 years of being a bare ass naked baby running through the forest.
Well, I've been doing it for 31 years and I'm still not tired of it yet.
Yeah.
It's all
okay. So when I say I wasn't actually a bare ass naked baby 20 years ago, I want to get that clear.
Running through the woods.
Yeah. Don't trip.
You might have been bare ass, but you possibly weren't the baby.
There
Yeah,
was
no, I was probably a baby, but at the same time, that whole event, to look back and see a monumental change just because of like aging, mine was a little premature because my father and that side of the family ended up moving to Colorado, and I stayed behind, working at Blockbuster in a movie theater while finishing high school. So like the impetus to be a human and not rest on, schooling or whatever was quick, absolutely quick. And so I can say that I'm still trying to figure it out 20 years later. It's like I'm still fucking it, you could transport me right back then and I'd probably know a little bit more now, but that's it. Like I'm still
Yeah.
there. I'm still the 17-year-old going, "What do you mean I got to pay rent? But this guitar is the same amount."
exactly. Yeah, you never realize and I'm still trying to sort some shit out for myself. I won't go all into my personal life, but yeah, like
No,
when you're
please
a
do.
kid and you have like $500 or $1,000, you think like you're rich. You think like that's all the money in the world, and then you get like your first car payment or your first apartment. You're like, damn, $1,000 ain't shit, you know.
Ain't shit but hoes and tricks, as they say.
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
not even a hoe and a trick. It might be half of a hoe if you're lucky these days with
Forgive
inflation.
me, you just triggered something in me, and it just that's not what
You'll
it
get a quickie in the bathroom. That's all
Yeah.
that's all it'll get you. These no, I'm kidding. But I heard
We're all just seeds shooting at the clouds,
We're all lying in the gutter looking. Yeah, that's what you just said, wasn't it, Oscar Wilde?
Yeah, we
I
don't
know
think
I'm
about
like 3 hours late on
Yeah.
this, but can I offer a rebuttal to something CW mentioned a while back? And it's only because we're somewhat touching on the subject a little bit. Whenever he mentioned the thing about Crowley and Spare and how there is sort of like, I guess,
direct
this
correlation to poverty and
right,
yeah,
great magicians in poverty.
stays with
I
me too. Yeah.
I read this really wonderful quote from Crowley and The Law is for All recently, which really been digging into that book. I really love it. But uh, I don't know, reading this just made so much sense, and I'll try and make it quick. So in Liber Al, the quote is, "These are the dead, these fellows, they feel not. We are not for the poor and sad. The lords of the earth are our kinsfolk." And Crowley's comment on this was, "This idea is confirmed. Those who sorrow are not real people at all, not stars. For the time being, the fact of their being poor and sad proves them to be shadows who pass and are done. The lords of the earth are those who are doing their will. It does not necessarily mean people with cornets and automobiles. A cornet is a crown. There are plenty of such people who are who are most sorrowful slaves in the world. The sole test of one's lordship is to know what one's true will is and to do it." So, despite all of the capitalistic law of attraction, the secret bullshit that people are using to say, like, oh, yeah, you can manifest money in your mind by just
The
thinking about it.
Lamborghini.
No. True will and being a magician does not have jack shit to do with money.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing when people correlate that too, that's very telling of what you see as prosperous. And I get that because I'm a blue collar dude. I'm fucking part of a union. I work my ass off. Like money matters, especially like in a fucking city where it doesn't want you to live here. It wants you to be taxed on everything. So
Fuck,
like
that's just the
I
Western
get it, but
Hemisphere
at the
now.
same time, like that's what I was saying. It's like you could correlate that. Just insert artists instead of magician. Most artists to like the rough and tumble of time, you could say, well, they died poor. It's like, but did they? We don't know that
Exactly.
Tesla didn't have the greatest fucking end of life experience with that pigeon. We weren't there, but that's probably exactly what he wanted. You know, like
Yeah.
it's all relative.
I've honestly been poor pretty much 90% of my life, and never a dull moment. You know.
That's true. Very true. Yeah.
It's like if you see people like, okay, you might see a millionaire in America. He's got a big house, he's got cars, he thinks he has everything, but maybe he had a bad childhood, or maybe his wife left him, or maybe something traumatic happened in his life and he's miserable. And then you look at somebody in Central Africa who owns nothing but 2 pairs of clothes and a wristwatch, and he might see that little plastic Casio wristwatch and think he's got the whole fucking world in his hands.
Sure.
And that just shows the perspective, you know, of what you make of this life. And I think that has more to do with true will than what can I get, what can I make, what's in it for me.
Well, you know, and that's another discussion too, because maybe the perspective is like a viral thing for us, because we got our heads out of the phone of, you know, constant information and kind of vicariously living through other people's lives. Like we probably feel more attuned, but you know, we watch things like, you know, vacationing couples and all of that and go, God, you know, that's what I want to do. That's what I would feel happy about. And it's
Right.
true, it can be inspirational, but a lot of the time now, because everyone's just so, you ready, Jill? Get ready your soda pop, because everything's so tethered to you know, to it almost doesn't. I wonder if this is an analogy. So when I was a kid in the desert, we had a pawn shop next to my house, and it was one of those, they let me go in and look and touch things, and you know, I got really handsy one day. It was for the Beavis and Butthead soundtrack that I actually tried to steal something. But the reason why I was stealing it was not because of the music. It was because I had stolen something before that and read the liner notes and saw who the bands thanked that I liked. And it was this like whole like trajectory of, you know, snooping into this like other realm of, wow, like every thank or mention in liner notes was like this huge blossom of different things I had never heard before, and holy shit, I'm gonna go take that, you know. I mean, sometimes I pay for it, probably not, but anyway. It's like, and I feel like that's kind of the difference in that, you know, every Google search is that, but with a 0.001 millisecond. And so you don't get that feeling. You don't have that reward of really looking into things. And that's a big difference. I feel, you know, in saying this, like I feel that kind of that skirts around the idea of like a search and like a true nose to the grind, like fun treasure hunt, you know. But yeah,
For sure.
I lost it at the end there. I totally forgot what we were talking
I get the thought.
I
It's
just
like
started saying words.
everything is available. Every single, you know, Joseph Peterson's website. You know, every text is available to us now. Nothing is off limits. So what gives a thing value when
Right.
everything is free?
And maybe that's something to be said for us. Maybe, you know, this is kind of an old-fashioned idea, because perhaps there is something greater in the, or like something not thought by how we were molded of a treasure in something else other than, oh no, this quick Google search just unloads a whole nother thing that we should look into. But like it's yeah, it's a hard, it's like it's a gap, it's like a stop gap where it just doesn't seem that fun anymore. Like I've worked at, hole in the wall weirdo video cassette places where you had to put, $200 down to rent, Cocksucker Blues, the Rolling Stones fucking VHS. Now you can just search for it and get it. Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Cocksucker Blues used to be
and it's just it's really telling how much of the search and the hunt was part of it. And when you really look at it, is Cocksucker Blues that great of a movie? Yeah, no, actually it's pretty good. But but it's still like a lot of that had to do. It was a kind of badge of like honor to
for sure.
be the first kid in my middle school to be blasting the Melvins or whatever. It's like you don't know these guys. I worked hard to figure this shit out. Like that's silly shit.
So where do we
silly shit.
Where do we find value now, guys?
Personal meaning, for me, I would just, as lame of an answer as that is, I would say personal meaning for no other reason than like when we were talking about the music genres earlier and how there's not really a thing that unifies us. Like when Nirvana came out, everybody knew who Nirvana was. Your parents knew who they were. White, black, rich, poor, everybody listened to Nirvana. Everybody knew Smells Like Teen Spirit. Everybody knew In Bloom. Like they were everywhere. And there hasn't really been another band or anything to come out since then that really had that unity to it.
That they were the last. That was honestly the last real pump that affected everyone. Now it's too, and in a good way. Now there are Nirvanas happening all the time, but they're in their subsects of, fandom and people. So I think that's a good thing.
For sure.
I think so, because mass culture is a great tool for indoctrination and mind control, really. But because of the internet, we've all splintered into these tiny mutual interest groups.
And I was just gonna say, it kind of makes me think, like nowadays, I have classic bands I'm always gonna love, but like I'm honestly more interested in what my friends are doing than I am what's popular or commercially successful, because I have friends releasing music every week. I never run out of new music.
I think
put out
it's
an album 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. I mean, call it an album, but yeah, it's definitely, to me, the sacredness comes with the process. And like, I don't look at albums or like the stuff that I'm creating so much anymore as a whole as I used to, as this like sanctified like piece. I mean, there's always going to be a part of that, because everything that I've ever done musically was kind of like that, was this like big sigil or documentation of where I was, and all the intent went into it. And then I stopped looking at it as being ecstatic about kind of the whole or the thing that I put through as when it ended, and I'm just ecstatic about the process. Like what I sanctify is, blowing up Casio keyboards, fucking up a drum set, you know what I mean? Like these late night tinkerings. And I would have never, if you asked me, I don't know, even a year ago, if I would, on the Dakota Slim Bandcamp, would put out an improvised like musical album cut up, I'd be like, no, fuck no. It's everything is like so intentional and blah blah blah. And honestly, my favorite part has been just smashing those expectations, or like, for me, not, and nobody else cares, but I'm just saying for me, you know, it's like,
care.
oh, I would never do that. Well, guess what? Here it comes, you know. But yeah, and that's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we've all hit a place. We're not thinking generally or generically.
Or
It does,
even
none of that matters, you know.
or even about our audience, you know.
Yeah. What audience?
Thinking, oh, this will really appeal to this crowd, or
Right.
it seems to be just what's in us pours out, and and I kind of, you know, like you like to talk about anarchic magic. I like to think about anarchic creativity.
Yeah. That's absolutely what it is. It's you know, I also have something to play, but you know, if it wasn't for the haunt manual workings, I wouldn't have had the goal to make the ectogasm project, which is something I always put in the back of my head, but it was like, oh, I don't have enough time, or I don't know how it fits in with my oeuvre, you know, stupid things like that. Like all of those confines don't mean anything, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I like I don't think I could say I'm ever surprised by what I've created, but I'm surprised about how I categorize it in my head, because there's probably thousands of albums lost to time because I couldn't categorize it right in my head. And now I think that's bullshit. I think, you know, in this day and age where everything can be quantized and everything can be, you know, succinct, or, you know, to a group understanding of what sounds good or whatever, that's actually inspiring for me to be like, no, listen to somebody do a foot tambourine off time. Click, you know.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
get you. I feel like I've kind of, I don't know, I should learn to embrace it more for marketing reasons, as bad as that sounds, but I kind of hate the micro genre thing so much that if people ask me like what kind of music do you make, I usually just say like electronic rock. And electronic rock could be anything. I've heard people be like, "What,
like Ladytron?"
Yeah. What, like
Or
Devo? Like, no, not like that. But love Devo though, no disrespect. But
Oh,
yeah,
no,
like it's yeah, I don't know. And like I hear just a lot of people, they come out so often that it's almost impossible to keep up. And like I'll hear somebody say like cyber grind, for example. Everybody talks about cyber grind, cyber grind, cyber grind, but to me,
This
when I
is now
listen
mine.
to it,
Thank you, Keenan.
I only hear the Prodigy and Corn. So why do you call it that? Why isn't it called industrial, or why isn't it just called like new metal or something? Why did we?
It's yeah, post-industrial 7-string Ibanez yacht rock. There you go.
Yacht rock.
Because they always do that. It's always like, what? I didn't hear that shit in there. And then you think about it, you're like, wow, some fucking critic heard, you know, the Doobie Brothers in this Corn song, and that's what we have now.
What's that, Stevie?
I said it needs a label or you can't sell it.
Yeah, that's true too. That I guess
mean,
it has to stay hip with the kids.
Believe you me, I can't sell anything. I can say it's fucking this or that, and it's not. I joke a lot about the Bandcamp genre, like thing that I feel a lot of us. It gave you an open source code to create your own, and there's a lot of fun with that. A lot of the things that I characterize my music as were kind of like pot shots taken by friends that jokingly called it this or that, and I'm like, no, that works great. Desert goth, yeah, let's do that. You know, it's super silly, but because of Bandcamp, those are tags that you'll find other people jokingly kind of calling themselves that, and you're like, oh my god, we got ourselves a family here. Um, but I just think it's funny. There was a kind of a joke I was working on a little bit. Actually, I probably shouldn't say this. It's very not safe for work, but like how Pornhub, it's the same way. Like kind of porn and Bandcamp. It's like you've cinched all of your usual things, so you're getting weird, and you're like,
Yeah.
can I get Tuvan throat metal, black metal, blah blah blah. And there's something to be said about like porn now too, is that there's so much in abundance that people are frying their like base standards just to get weird for the sake of getting weird. And
Maybe I should delete my Bandcamp account and invest in Pornhub. This
Yeah.
seems like the way of the future.
Start OnlyFans, Sam. That seems to be the way forward.
Tuvan grope pooping. There you go. That's your one. But yeah.
This will probably be my final statement because I've got work tomorrow, so I kind of have to go. But it's very beautiful to see all my favourite people kind of getting together. CW Chanter, Bobby Hale, Temple Babylon, Karanzon, We the Hallowed, Sam. We all met at the same time. We have common values. It's a beautiful thing. And let's hope the HauntQuinoX continues every year till fuck knows.
I have to say that I didn't know if I was going to be able to do it. I've been so overworked, and I'm struggling a lot with
you take on too much
rhythm and balance. Like there was a to me last week, maybe like on Thursday, it was like, this is the time I just kind of cash it in and say, no, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to, and it did take a lot of hours to prepare, but it really was all of you that like, it'd be, it would just be dumb and shitty to not kind of buoy how great all of you are artistically. And
Keats, you're at the center of our crossroads, and we're all here sleep deprived, suffering together as we should be.
I actually get another day off tomorrow, which I was not expecting.
Sleep in.
So excited.
Sleep in, pet your dog.
I don't think Stevie, do you feel this? Like you finally get time to rest, your body isn't used to it. It can't. Do you get that?
Not so much, no. I tend to sleep for like a whole day when I get a day off. I just
nice.
Just sleep on the sofa and then drag myself off to bed. I'm old. I'm 50. I'm told I'm 54. I actually believed I was still 53. But
only you could be the judge of that.
Well, yeah. So I choose 53 actually.
All right, 53 it is. For anyone asking.
Yeah, 53.
If this is how we're going about it, I'm 25 now. I always have been.
Well, you look 25, son. So.
Thank you.
I'm 64, so that works.
We're all the great 64, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. But no, this was wonderful. In preparation for this, the whole thing was, last year went over 5 hours. There's no way I could do that again. And here we are. 5 hours and 14 minutes.
I missed the first 2 hours completely. So
oh, it'll be there in perpetuity
exactly.
for you to check out. But yeah, no, it's incredible. This one, I love it. I love these as kind of they're like a beacon of what's happening and where we're at going forward. And I just love that there's a reoccurring cast of folks that no matter where we are in our anarchic lives, and I emphasize anarchic, that we can celebrate this stupid springtime bullshit.
Yeah, we could get our shit together for one night.
Yeah.
So,
One at least.
yeah.
this
Thank
has
you
been
very
awesome.
much, guys. I love you both, as you know.
Love you, Stevie. Love you, Keats.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody who joined in tonight. This has been a wonderful experience, and it's so cool to collaborate and be around like-minded people sharing projects and
5 hours. good
bringing
Lord.
our art to life. So
absolutely.
And both of your submissions, absolutely. And I hate calling it submissions. I talked about that earlier, but I'm excited for folks to see your Sam if you're uploading it to
you.
Shadow Zone.
I will. I haven't done it yet, but I did plan on it for sure.
Yeah, and Stevie, that's the next project. Obviously, I'm gonna hibernate for like a week, and then going into Dream Boys of the New Apocalypse. That is an EP of which is coming out. I promise.
There's much more music collaborations between you and me, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. I love what you're doing with the guitar too. That breaks open my head and just thinking, ooh, that'd be fun to fuck with. Like it seems,
that's good.
Stevie, just know if you ever want to, my door is always open. I'd always love to have you play harmonica on a track. So
steal my bandmates, Sam. No, I was kidding.
I know.
Just make the fucking track, and I'll play harmonica till my lungs run dry.
Don't tell Keats I've been stealing all his bandmates. I don't want.
I know. When in real time, you two have known each other far longer. So
just Keats. Yeah, I would say you're almost as close as me and Sam are.
Almost.
Maybe just like a year's difference, but we've all pretty much known each other like right around the same.
Yeah.
It's funny,
I really feel like we're all moving in the same direction with magic. We're not bound, and Bobby and Leah. Beautiful. I'm so glad and CW. We're all going in the same direction, babies.
And thank you for succinctly saying what I was trying to say the entire 5 hours. Just that.
Okay.
Without the flowery words and bullshit, self flagellation. But yes, with that, I love you guys so much. Thank you very much for coming, and thanks for hanging out. For a long time. I really appreciate it. I'm going to play. So this was from the second Haunt Manual working. It led me to create a new musical persona, funny enough, called Ectogasm, because I give no fucks anymore. Anyways, here is Ectogasm, and love you all. If you're still here afterwards, I might just quickly play something else. But if
love
not,
is a law, love under will.
93, baby. Wait.
Yeah. Economy Babylon.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
That's it.
That was a secret sex magic working. Only top initiates
93.
that Magister typically will understand.
Yeah.
Okay. See you later, guys.
All right. Love y'all.
See ya.
And now, some more audiomancy, this time from a ghastly demon known as Ectogasm. This was from the Aspector working as parlayed in the Haunt Manual. You can read all about it at hauntmanual.com. This working was all about creating the creative abandon once thought missed in my youth. But here it is, beating and rampant still. Welcome to Ectogasm. Tonight's Audiomancy was brought to you by Dakota Slim and Ectogasm. You can follow them via pragmagic.com, or keep up to date on all the haunted workings of Keats Ross in the Haunt Manual.
A co to gra?
Radio.
Radio gra, a Kasia słucha.
Państwo także słuchają.
A co to gra?
Radio.
Radio gra, a Kasia słucha.
Państwo także słuchają.
A co to gra?
Radio.
Radio gra, a Kasia słucha.
Państwo także słuchają.
A co to gra?
Radio.
Radio gra, a Kasia słucha.
Państwo także słuchają.
Who knows what lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
You're listening to the Prag Magic Radio, brought to you by the great friends and fellows down at We the Hound. Stay tuned for March 20th for the HAUNTQUINOX of 2023.